All right, it looks like participants' entries have leveled off a bit. So I'm going to start. We have a lot to go through today. Welcome to the Central and South Florida Flood Resiliency Study H&H Model Workshop. I'm going to go through some housekeeping items real quick. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed. The recording and live stream will be available on the district website. If you would like a copy of the PowerPoint or the video after the meeting, it'll be put on there. Question and answers through today's discussion will be at the end of each module. So you can use the Q&A function on your desktop. Your browser will show a Q&A little area that you can type in your question, and that will be answered at the end of each discussion. And we can answer typed questions in the Q&A, or if you do have a question, you can raise your hand. There's a raise hand function at the bottom of the screen, and we can call on you specifically to unmute if you have a complicated question, and then we can answer those. If you have a question at the end of the presentations that you would like a little more feedback on, you are also available to use this email at Army Corps, and we can answer your questions by email. This email address will also be shown at the last slide, just in case anybody at the end has questions and want to see this information again. Tim Geisen will go over the FACA information, but the way to view this PowerPoint, we recommend staying for the first explanation slides on how to view these charts and graphs. Some have very complicated figures and analysis, and to really get a feel of how this project is being set up and how the information is going to be provided, we really recommend you view the explanations on how to watch this presentation. We are going to do the information by reach, and so you will have an opportunity to step away from your computer and come back to the reach. If you are only interested in hearing information on reach D, you may come back to your computer at 2:40 p.m. and then we will start reach D. So there are ways to take breaks if you do not want to hear the entire thing. It's a lot of information, but we welcome you to stay for the entire time if you would like to see more information on each reach. So here's the agenda. I'll write down the times. If you would like to come back, I'll give you a minute to do that. And public comments at the end. We will do an overview and next steps, and we will adjourn at 4. So we're going to be paying very close attention to the time. So without further ado, I will leave it to Carolina Moran and Jason Engel for opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this additional important step for the C&SF Resiliency study. We are thrilled to be able to share results from the modeling with you all today. We have been working for the past 1 year, a little bit over that, really setting up those modeling tools, doing those runs, collaborating between the two agencies. And what we bring to you here is a significant endeavor. There is significant amount of work that was done consistently throughout the time since we kick off this project. I have no doubt that the modeling team is the team that has been working non-stop since we started this. And we really need to appreciate their dedication and their commitment to get to where we are today. This is a very significant step for the study, being able to complete those model runs and get this important input that will then be formalized as the future without milestone is big. And we really appreciate working with this entire team at the Corps, at the district, and with the help of additional consultants that are helping us. So one important consideration for all of us to have in mind throughout the day today is this is not the first and only time you're going to be seeing this. We're going to have a few iterations throughout the modeling process and many other opportunities for you to see, revisit, and really digest all this information with us. We are, all of us, kind of reading through the results of what we are seeing here, trying to understand how we map those areas, trying to really navigate on the path of understanding flood vulnerabilities in this entire region. And then from that point of view, sitting down together to think about the strategies that we have, that we want to plan for this region. So having an understanding, a common understanding of the flood vulnerabilities, and working together with you all for us to really describe urgency, vulnerability, the risks that we have in the region today, and how the system is underperforming is critical, is very critical. This is a big endeavor. This project is a large endeavor. And this is a step today to really document where we are in the region, where we don't have adequate level of services, and how those conditions will be exacerbated in the future are very important. So we want to be able to use those results and interpret those results and digest it all together for all of us to have this very, I would say, numerical visual representation of the flood risks that we have in the region through the C&SF system, and meet all the areas served by the system. With that, I will transition to Jason, and let him continue on this opening remark session. And again, thank you very much for your time. Bear with us. We really appreciate your attendance, and really spend your time, focus on what we are doing here to help us understand what we have in terms of results. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Yeah, I want to welcome everyone today. We're excited to present the hydraulic modeling, the water level modeling today. The goal of the workshop is to present how the hydraulic modeling, the water level information that you'll be seeing, how that, and explore what that looks like, and then think about how that's going to be used with the performance metrics to come up with the national economic development, regional economic development, ecosystem, and other social effects, the benefits analysis down the road. So this step today is to talk through the water level information, the flooding information that we have, so that everyone can understand that as we move into the next step of taking this data and applying it in the next round of tools and analysis to understand the overall risk. With the first time that we're sharing this, this is a 5-hour meeting, and believe it or not, you're not even going to see all the information that we have developed. This is a subset of the data. We're very interested in getting your feedback. There's a web-based survey that everyone can take part in, so you can provide feedback and make any additional requests about the data. And so overall, without further ado, I'd turn it over to the team and just tell you to stay tuned, and this will be the first of multiple discussions about this information. Thank you for everyone for taking the time to attend today.
All right. Thank you, Jason and Carolina. Appreciate those opening remarks. I think everybody is waiting in anticipation to get to the good stuff. So I'll try to get through kind of our overall goals and project overview information pretty quickly here and get it over to the rest of the team. Again, I'm Tim Geisen. I'm the project manager for the Corps of Engineers on this tremendous effort. As Jenny had stated earlier, some of the FACA information. So this slide really just kind of lays out the intent of our meeting together today. And that is that our forum is to allow federal, state, local agencies, and tribal governments to exchange views, information, or advice relating to the Central and Southern Florida Flood Resiliency Study. This is not a forum for official policy discussion or formulation. We leave that to those who are empowered to do so. The PDT, though, performs a technical and staff function to provide information based on their skills and knowledge to leaders who will make decisions down the road. So your input is really important as we provide feedback to our leadership from both the Corps and from the South Florida Water Management District as we move through this project. As Jenny stated, we will have a public comment period at the end. Members of the PDT, so if you're a representative of one of our government agencies or tribal nations, you feel free to ask questions during the presentation. For those who are members of the public, we will have specific comment periods for public members. All right, before we jump into the details that we'll talk about related to the project today, I just want to take a step back and talk a little bit about resilience and how highlight how a couple of ongoing efforts really fit together. Any of you who've seen some of the presentations we've done in other forums on community resilience and how all of our agencies really function together to build community resilience will recognize some of this information. But I want to take this moment to highlight kind of the importance of collaboration and integration of all of our efforts at all different levels of government. So when we talk about community resiliency and the long-term sustainability of our region, the place where we live in Southeast Florida, it really requires efforts from all levels of government. So from the local municipalities all the way up through the county, states, and federal government, we all have roles to play. Some of the projects we work together on, such as this Central and Southern Florida Flood Resiliency Study. And then there are efforts that are being led by other agencies, whether they be at the state or the local levels. And all of us really need to talk together to integrate our work so we understand long-term goals for the region and can all work towards that same goal. So next slide. So I want to highlight just a couple of ongoing efforts because you're hearing, and some of you probably have attended meetings for both the FPLOS effort being led by the South Florida Water Management District and of course the study you're here listening to today. So I want to take this opportunity to kind of highlight how that integration, that communication is actually happening, the differences between those studies and how we're actually working together. So this is a timeline. I'm not going to go over all the details of this. You can take a look at this once it's posted and see kind of that overlapping detail. But what I want to highlight with the arrows that you see here, we're both at the point where we're looking at future without project modeling. So it's a real important touch point between the two efforts to kind of understand what we've done in the C&SF flood resiliency study for a future without project modeling, and then try to make sure we capture that similar detail within the FPLOS in the C7 effort that's ongoing there. And we'll continue communication throughout both of these efforts to ensure there's consistency in the way we're looking at potential features and making sure that at the end they will kind of work together. So what we develop within the flood resiliency study focused on our structures and canals fits in with the overall effort in FPLOS. Next slide, please. All right, and this slide just kind of highlights what each of the projects is really focused on. So the flood resiliency study, as you know, we're focused strictly on the primary canals and the structure, the coastal control structures at the outlets to these canals. So it's hyper-focused, looking at the long-term resiliency and needs in lieu of all the changes that have happened in the region and changes that will happen as we move into the future. FPLOS in this effort, the C7 Basin Phase 2 study, has a little bit broader look, right? They're looking at more comprehensive basin-wide strategies throughout the C7 Basin, which include both very local projects as well as some more regional looking projects, and include things like natural nature-based solutions, which have more of a chance of success in this region-wide look within the C7. And they also are including storage and additional conveyance features. So that's why it's really important for both of our studies to be talking throughout, so that as we develop features focused on those control structures and improvements to the canals, that those fit within the overall basin strategy that's being developed under the FPLOS Phase 2 effort for C7 Basin. So anyway, I just want to take that opportunity to kind of highlight that integration, the similarities and differences between these projects, and how we kind of work together to build that overall community resilience. So go ahead and go on to the next slide, Jenny. And we'll jump into the details for today. Real quick overview of the agenda. We're working through that overview and meeting purpose right now. Then we'll have a short briefing to kind of talk about how this H&H data that we're going to focus on today is going to be used within the economic analysis. Modeling team will provide an overview of assumptions in the model setup, and then we'll get into the details for each of the reaches. As Jenny said, We're going to go through reach A, then reach B, then reach C, then reach D. If you are only interested in one of these reaches, feel free to jump out and come back when we're going over that specific information. But I would encourage you to stay through the overview and hear about how we actually look at this data. I think that will be important so you're not lost when you do rejoin us. For those of you who want to stick with us for the full 5 hours, really appreciate that. And I hope you have some caffeinated beverages close by. We'll finish up with public comment and then kind of an overview and next steps. So next slide, please. All right, our goal for this workshop is to present the H&H model data, so stages, flows, things like that we're getting out of our Mike Hydro models, and how those will be utilized as we move forward into looking at performance metrics. Present the H&H modeling assumptions and approach for these 4 basins, and then provide example output and preliminary results. So as Jason said in his opening remarks, this is a subset of all the data that we have. It would take a really long time to go through in excruciating detail all of that information. But what we do want to provide you today is kind of an overview of the types of information that we do have from the models, and then get feedback from you in the survey as to how you want to see that. What information is important to you to get out of these models, and how can we deliver that to you so you can use it to assist in your evaluations and provide evaluation feedback to us at a later date. So again, we're going to talk a lot about data, but keep in mind the big picture, the next step, and we'll cover that on the next slide. And those are our next steps. So I just wanted to talk about what is the process going to look like over the next several months. So today we're focusing on that data, hoping to get everybody to a place of understanding of what that data is, what's available, what it means. That will then allow you all, as members of the PDT, to take that data and perform your own evaluations over the next month and a half or so. Focus on whatever is important to you. And then near the end of May is what we're focusing on right now, is having another workshop where we can all come back together and talk about the evaluations. We'll provide our overview of the evaluations using all of the performance metrics, whether those be the NED data, the RED, EQ, OSE categories that we've talked about. And then we want to hear back from all of you on your evaluations, what you've looked at, what you're gaining from this information, and have a really good discussion on those findings to help us kind of prioritize how we're going to attack all of these locations, which we're looking at within the 4 planning reaches. And then our goal would be by the end of June to have kind of that prioritization set and allow us to move into developing alternatives and continue the process. So these next couple of months, a lot of data and evaluation and discussions that will really inform all of us as to how we're going to move forward. All right, next slide. And with that, I will be quiet, and I'm going to turn it over to Colin Rawls, the chief of our socioeconomic section at the Corps, and he's going to give you an overview on the economic analysis and how the H&H data informs that. So, Colin?
Hey, thanks, Tim. Good morning. Yeah, this is Colin Rawls here with SAJ Socioeconomics. So thank you so much for that kind of introduction. And I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about kind of the next step in this process, a step that I might add is already underway, well underway. And this is focused on the economic model that will allow us to evaluate damages and consider potential opportunities for damage reduction from flooding. As both Tim and Jason described, that is actually just one part, a very important part, but one part of a broader evaluation process that will consider not just impacts that are nationally significant in terms of the economy, but also local and regional impacts in our RED account, what we call other social effects and potential environmental effects and considerations. So this is just one part of that, but it is very important. And in order to do that, we have to follow a process that has been developed over years and with the right expertise. And ultimately what we're going to be trying to estimate is what the economists call expected annual flood damages. And so that's looking at what our expectation is for flood damages across a wide variety of different events that have different basically probabilities associated with them. So you have your fairly frequent events that may create some flooding, and then you have less frequent events where the flooding is likely to be much worse. And then we look at all of that and understand what our expected annual damages are, and that is the baseline. That is the metric through which we compare potential project alternatives with respect to this economic damages. So that's kind of just broadly what we're doing. We can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm just going to talk a bit sort of conceptually about how that works, and then just talk very briefly about the actual tool we're using to do it. And then we'll continue moving on into the meat of today's presentation, which I think is what most folks on the line are probably most interested in, which is the results of the modeling so far. But just broadly speaking, this just kind of lays out at a conceptual level what the economics team is going to be doing with some of this information. And what we have to do is we have to identify our potentially affected areas. So that's basically our study area, in this case, the 216 study area. And then we look at the characteristics of that study area. And particularly, we're looking at economic damage potential in terms of property that's vulnerable to flooding. So that includes all the residential property in the study area, but also commercial, industrial, public properties, education, such as school, etc. And there's various things that the economics team has to consider, including where the structures are. And when we always use this caveat, when the economists are talking about structures, we're often talking about, again, property that's subject to damage. Often our engineering team, when they're talking about structures, they're going to actually be talking about the water control structures that make up the Central and Southern Florida project. So just try to avoid confusion there. But if I inadvertently say structure, in my case, it's probably more about, the houses, the businesses, and all the other property in this study area that's vulnerable to flooding. So we need to think about, where they are, what type of property it is, what the value of it is, and also important parameters such as the first floor elevation, right? So some of our property may be reasonably elevated above the ground, and so are going to be less vulnerable to properties that are kind of right there at your base ground elevation. And those are all things we consider. The amount of damage that occurs from any given flood event is partially a function of depth. And so you see in this chart here, you have your first floor elevation for this example house. And then as the water level increases above that first floor elevation, you have more damage. It's not linear, but it does move in that direction, and it is proportional. But those depth damage relationships have been based on empirical studies all over the country. And they're defined, there's different depth damage relationships for different types of properties. We also consider content value. So that's not just the value of the structure of the house itself, but also the value of the contents within it, which of course, certainly have economic value. So if you consider your house getting flooded, there's damage to the house itself, and then all of your belongings inside it, of course, have great value as well. So those are all things that we consider as we do our evaluation. So we can move on to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to take a minute just to avoid any confusion later to just talk about the tool that we are using to evaluate NED economic damages based on all the the modeling work that has been done and is continuing to be done will be presented starting in a few minutes. Okay, so the reason you'll sometimes hear us on the Corps of Engineers side talk about using these quote unquote certified tools or certified models. And basically the reason for that is because there are potential civil works projects being evaluated by the Corps of Engineers all over the country. And the agency is trying to create a consistent approach across the board with consistent tools and consistent methodologies so that essentially so that everyone gets a fair shake. All the different projects are, mostly being evaluated in sort of the same way. And so the tool that is certified for flood damages and flood damage evaluations is called HEC FDA, the Hydraulic Engineering Center's flood damage analysis software. And it incorporates both the hydraulic and hydrology inputs that you're going to see here starting in a few minutes, and also some of the economic parameters that I was talking about a moment ago. As per all our certified tools in the Corps of Engineers, it also allows us to do the risk analysis and uncertainty analysis. And basically what that means is we acknowledge that there are things we don't know. Some of the parameters in the data we have may have uncertainties associated with them. And so it gives us an opportunity to run sensitivity analyses and consider how wide those ranges of uncertainty are. One other thing to note, and this is relevant when you understand the approach that our H&H team, our hydraulics and hydrology team have developed. The model needs 8 distinct probability events. And so basically what it's doing is it's calculating an area under the curve. So you have these discrete events. So for example, a 5-year flood, a 10-year flood, a 100-year event that's, and each of those have those defined probabilities associated with them. And then ultimately we're going to estimate an expected annual damage based on sort of the area under the curve. So the tool will calculate that area based on those combined probabilities and the damages. And of course, the less frequent the event, if you can see on those charts, the more damage you typically have. So your 100-year flood is likely to have higher stages and therefore higher damages than, your 5-year event or something like that. And then that average annual damage becomes a baseline through which we can evaluate proposed alternatives. This is a challenge because 8 events is a number, that means it's a lot of work to consider and actually simulate those in our tool. So anyway, that's the way the tool works, and again, it's consistent across the entire country in terms of this type of evaluation. Okay, next slide, please. The last slide that I have, and then we'll get into the meat of today's presentation, which again is the model results. I would note, I think Tim mentioned this, the economic analysis is underway, and we'll be having a similar briefing where we can present results from that in late May. I don't think it's been scheduled yet, but we're working diligently towards that right now. But I think I just wanted to take one final moment here before moving on to just give everyone a sense of the scale, size, and complexity of the economic evaluation. This shows the 4 planning reaches, A through D, and then different structure occupancy types. So again, you have residential and commercial, and you have hospitals. You have all kinds of different things. More than 989,000 individual properties. I didn't put this on the slide because there's some important caveats, but I'm just going to say it verbally. It's about $230 billion in value. So that's billion with a B, and that number is very conservative because it does not include the content values of those properties, and it also does not include vehicles and certain other things. So the point of that is not that the number necessarily matters at this stage, but just that it's enormous, those tremendous value in the study area, and therefore tremendous potential for economic damages. On the other hand, there's a great opportunity for reducing those damages, and that's what we're excited about, and that's what we're all working towards, is to figure out how we can most efficiently reduce those damages in the future. And it's a close collaboration between the Corps, the Water Management District, and all of our stakeholders. So thank you for taking your time out of your day today to join us. And I think we're either right now or soon going to have an opportunity for questions and conversation. But that's all I have to present at this time. Again, there'll be more to come from the economics team, but hopefully this provides some useful context with respect to how all of these modeling results are going to be used. Over.
Thank you, Colin. Amanda, can you start presenting on the model assumptions?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Bredesen. I'm the modeling sub-team lead for the Army Corps. And over the next few slides, I'll be providing a brief overview of the H&H model, some of our key model assumptions and input, and basically just an overall overview of the modeling approach. And just to help refamiliarize everyone regarding the modeling background, kind of before we dive into the modeling results. So the coupled Mike Shee, Mike Hydro model by DHI was our selected modeling tool. And on this slide, I've kind of highlighted a few of the key modeling capabilities. The first is the ability to conduct our simulations at a sub-regional scale. As Colin mentioned, this is a very large model area. But Mike Shee, Mike Hydro allows us to kind of balance a high level of detail over such a large area with still having reasonable model run times. So Mike Shee, Mike Hydro is kind of a appropriate tool because its capability to perform detailed channel hydraulics, throughout our canal network, and is able to combine a spatially distributed integrated hydrologic model with a 3D groundwater model. It can also simulate different boundary and atmospheric conditions such as surge influenced tailwater conditions, evapotranspiration, and a fully distributed gridded rainfall. Mike also has the ability to simulate complex structure gate operating rules and incorporates structure-specific flow rating parameters, especially when we are looking at our salinity control structures. The Mike model uses the baseline model for South Florida Water Management District flood protection level of service and the Broward resiliency effort. And so our initial model build was based off of those models. However, we did perform significant modifications and model expansion and other refinements I'm going to cover in the next few slides, specifically to meet the needs of the C&SF 216 study. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first and probably most significant model refinement was to expand the model downstream of the salinity control structures all the way to the Intracoastal or Biscayne Bay, depending on the model reach we're looking at. And this is necessary to help us be able to describe any potential transfer of risk as well as potential impacts, both beneficial or adverse, from our proposed project alternatives. Another modification to the model was to incorporate our future land use to represent both the baseline and future conditions. And finally, we added the new canal networks or any canal extensions within both counties. And I will describe those in greater detail over the next few slides as well. Next slide, please. So the assumptions regarding the updated land use and land cover are shown on the screen. For Broward County, a combination of the South Florida Water Management District 2014 to 2016 land use data set and 2019 Broward County current condition model were used. Updates to reflect future condition were also performed based on future condition land use maps for 2040 from the Broward County Planning Council, Palm Beach County Planning, Zoning and Building Department, and Miami-Dade County 2030 condition. And within Miami-Dade County, the REACH C model land use was based on Florida Land Use Cover Classification System representing the years 2017 to 2019. REACH B and D, they use the 2014 to 2016 land use data set, and the future land use was informed by Miami-Dade County future land use of 2030. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to highlight the first bullet, probably the most on this slide, that although the focus of the study is on the primary system, the secondary and tertiary canal systems are included as necessary within the models. And those are important because they are a major source of storage and discharge into the primary system. So in terms of operations, the Mike Hydro model capabilities include logic controls for operational flexibility. And some of our model assumptions are that we will assume high rainfall and pre-storm drawdown operations. And this is done by operating the tidal structures in a low range to meet control elevations in the primary canals. Additionally, the tidal structures will assume salinity operations. So the spillway gates will close when the tailwater is higher than the headwater, so we don't have saltwater intrusion. Finally, the Mike Hydro does include the dimensional analysis equation used for spillway structures in South Florida Water Management District's Atlas of Flow computations. And so we have the ability to specify calibrated flow parameters for individual structures. The bottom portion of the slide specifies the references used for the operating rules and criteria for both counties, so you can kind of reference those on this slide. Next slide, please. So the design rainfall events are derived from our NOAA Atlas 14 with a 72-hour temporal distribution that was obtained from South Florida Water Management District's Environmental Resource Permit Applicant Handbook, Volume 2. And again, as I mentioned, we have the capability to do spatially distributed rainfall, and that was done for this modeling effort. The coastal hazard system data, which was computed as part of the USAFE South Atlantic Coastal Study, also known as SACS, is used to generate the appropriate coastal hydrograph as a downstream boundary condition. And for those that are not familiar, the CHS data is based off of a high-resolution numerical modeling of ADCIRC and ST wave. And the results of that provide basically thousands of save points within the SACS model domain. And you can see that on the lower left figure there. And these save points provided us annual exceedance frequency still water level results, and that consists of basically a surge and tide. And we were able to kind of assemble these still water level results based off of geographic area to apply to the model, again, as a downstream boundary condition. Next slide, please. So our climate preparedness and resiliency assessment, or our climate change strategy, is going to consist of two major components. We will assess inland hydrology project vulnerabilities, as well as sea level rise. And the inland hydrology vulnerability assessment basically includes a literature review of the current climate, as well as observed and projected climate trends, and includes the application of our USAC climate tools. These tools include the climate hydrology assessment tool, which again kind of evaluates historic and projected climate trends. And we also have a time series toolbox, and that performs a trend analysis and non-stationarity detection for project-specific data sets. In addition, specific for this study, we will assess future extreme rainfall change factors that will be applied as estimated by the 2022 USGS South Florida Water Management District study to our recommended plan, and that will kind of help us inform potential adaptation strategies for our recommended plan. Finally, in regards to sea level change, we will be assessing the effects of projected future sea level change across the project life cycle, and that includes from the baseline condition in 2035 to our future with and without project condition in 2085, as noted on this slide. The nearest NOAA gauge that we'll be using is Vaca Key, and that again is used to estimate the relative sea level change rate that will be applied for this study. A single relative sea level change scenario with sensitivity testing throughout our plan formulation process will be used to identify our preferred alternative. Our recommended plan will be evaluated under the low, intermediate, and high sea level change scenario to help determine the overall project performance and again, help us inform adaptation measures. And you can see our three sea level change scenarios on on this slide, with our baseline being identified in 2035, and then again, our future with and without project is at 2085. Next slide, please. So to characterize the flood risk and uncertainty, we will be looking at compound flooding simulations to determine the total water level. And the objective for this is really to support the flood risk management plan formulation process, to be able to characterize any residual risk and uncertainty due to kind of that coastal component within these watersheds. Events that were simulated for the baseline and future without project condition that will be kind of showing throughout the slide deck are shown in the table. We do have 8 discrete events as needed for HEC FDA. And so we have a variable rainfall return frequency that varies from a 5-year to a 500-year. And we have the also varying coastal conditions. A joint probability analysis is currently being finalized, and that's going to help assist the team in identifying the appropriate return period for each of the compound events included on this slide. Next slide. Okay, so before we get into the modeling results, I just kind of want to reiterate the focus of the C&SF 216 study, which is to increase the resilience and function of the vulnerable coastal structures and conveyance of the primary canals. Therefore, all the output that you're going to see today is geared towards this focus specifically. So we're going to be showing things like max inundation results and performance of those highly vulnerable coastal structures and the associated primary canals that lead to those structures. There are 18 identified vulnerable coastal structures that were kind of identified using USACE and South Florida Water Management District vulnerability assessments, specifically flood protection level of service and the SAC study that I mentioned earlier, South Atlantic Coastal Study. And again, the output discussed today will be used to inform the economic analysis that Colin mentioned, as well as all of the remaining benefit accounts. Next slide, please. Okay. So without further ado, I'll kind of move into our model results disclaimer. I just want to remind everyone that these models were built specifically for the C&SF flood resiliency study. They are for planning purposes and do not result in any change in our regulations. So the content of these slides should not be used to make personal decisions about flood risk now or in the future, nor should the content replace flood risk maps from governmental agencies such as the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. The maps, projections, and data on the slides were compiled for use by the project delivery team that is studying a complex system. They represent the results of data collection and modeling assumptions about future conditions designed to assist in evaluating flood risk over a large project footprint. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and South Florida Water Management District make no representations as to the suitability or accuracy of the data for any other purpose. And last slide, please. Okay, and this is just a slide of some acronyms that we wanted to use for your reference. You're going to see quite a few of these acronyms used throughout the slide deck just to help us relay results. So we have included these here, again, just for your use if you're reviewing these results offline on your own. And I think that's the last slide. And yeah, okay. So I'm going to pause here. The folks that do want to attend this afternoon's meeting, we will begin Reach B at 1 p.m. So I'll give a kind of pause for like 30 seconds, and then we're going to dive into Reach A. I recognize we're about 5 minutes behind, so I'm trying to catch up.
And we are going to have a lunch break from 12:30 to 1 p.m.
Yes, thank you, Jenny. So Reach A will be from now and until 12:30.
12:30. Yep. Thanks, Amanda.
Okay, looks like the attendees have kind of leveled off. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I do want to recognize that we have a very large modeling team. I'm just kind of one cog in the wheel, and so we do have Hung Ying and Michael online, who were the lead modelers for this reach. So I just want to acknowledge them and all of their hard work. So Reach A, the model domain, includes all the urban development within Broward County and portions of Palm Beach County and the northern area, Miami-Dade County in the south, and our water conservation areas to the west. I do want to acknowledge that you will notice differences between the model domain and the planning reach delineation throughout this entire presentation. There's obviously overlap, but the planning reaches were based on the managed watersheds within the delineated area. But the model domain, might need to expand beyond the planning reach in order for the boundary conditions to be simulated appropriately. So just wanted to acknowledge that and kind of be cognizant of that as you review these results. Reach A includes 5 water control structures that will be presenting more detailed output for, and that will be led by Carol Ballard. And that includes the Pompano Canal with G57 structure, C14 with S37A, C13 with S36, C12 with S33, and then North New River Canal with G54. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to kick things off with the max depth graphics, as they're kind of one of the more, I'd say, overall informative snapshots of the model performance. The max depth is the main input for the calculation for the HEC-FDA model, in our National Economic Development Damage calculation, again, as referenced earlier. I do want to take the opportunity to highlight that we did simulate 8 events for the base condition, as well as for the future without project condition. Those were the 8 events that I showed on the screen a few slides ago. And so in total for Reach A, we have 32 depth results, 8 for the future, 8 for the baseline condition, and 8 for each future without project sea level change scenario. So in lieu of time and just our ability to kind of get through all the depth rasters, we're only going to be viewing 8 of these for comparison purposes today. And we kind of selected 4 events that we thought would provide a range of responses from both a rainfall driven as well as compound flooding perspective. So throughout the presentation, you'll see a 25-year rainfall with 2-year surge, a 25-year rainfall, 20-year surge, so same rainfall event with varying surge conditions, as well as the 100-year rainfall with 2-year surge, 100-year rainfall with 100-year surge. You're going to see that we've also included these design events under the 2035 baseline condition, as well as our 2085 future without project condition under the intermediate sea level rise scenario. We recognize there's 3 sea level rise scenarios. We're showing the intermediate here. That adds approximately 1.3 feet to the sea level rise condition in the 2035 graphic, just to kind of give you a little bit more of a frame of comparison. And so you'll hopefully with these depth rasters, you'll kind of be able to see the model performance for those 4 events in particular. And so I'll pause there. Maybe we can step through the depth rasters and give people, Jenny, maybe an opportunity to view each slide for a minute or 2, and then we will move on to the more detailed canal and structure output.
And you want me to switch to the next slide?
Yes, please.
Keep going.
Still showing 25-year, 2-year on my screen.
Sorry. There's 20-year.
Here we go. Okay, so this one's 25-year rainfall, 20-year surge. Again, same condition, base year 2035. Future without project, intermediate sea level out to 2085. Now we have a larger rainfall event, 100-year rainfall, 2-year surge. And then 100-year rainfall, 100-year surge. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Carol. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, good morning, everybody. For this next section, we're going to be presenting primary canal output and structure performance for each of the areas of interest. So for Reach A, there's 5 structures of interest. So the first one is C14 canal and S37A structure. The C14 canal is shown here. Many of you may be familiar. So C14 bisects the C14 West watershed, and then it turns south through the C14 East watershed and discharges at S37A. So S37A is the Section 216 focus structure, and it's a 2-bay spillway structure. Next slide. For the each of these primary canals, we're going to be showing a maximum stage profile plot. This is for the C14 canal. As you can see, I'm going to point out some features on this first canal. I know it's a lot of information very quickly, but I'm going to point out some of the features of the profiles. You can maybe go back and look closer later because we will be providing the slides. So along the bottom, you can see that these profile plots have landmarks, which are oftentimes streets or maybe a confluence with the canal. We've also included some of where the secondary system comes into the primary canal. You can see there's a few pump stations for some of the water control districts listed here. And so that should help you get an idea of what the tailwater effects are for your secondary system. So this is the peak profile for the C14. And then at the top landmark, you can see S37A on the right, which is our focus structure. And also shown on here, you can see the orange lines and the blue lines. Those are the banks of the canal, as is in the model. So we're sticking to the same events that Amanda showed for her inundation plots, which are the 25-year rainfall with both the 2-year tidal boundary condition and the 20-year tidal boundary condition, and also the 100-year rainfall event with the 2-year tidal boundary and the 100-year tidal boundary. So the symbology on these, you can see for existing conditions, there'll be solid lines for future without project, and this will be for intermediate sea level on these plots. It'll be dotted lines. So, and the colors will be the same for each event that is the same. So from this figure, you can see that the differences between the 25-year rain, 2-year surge, existing condition, and future without intermediate is the green series on the plot. And the differences it's between 1/2 foot to 1 foot between the S37A and S37B. Upstream of S37B, differences between the existing condition and future without are less than 1/2 foot and decrease as you move west. Also upstream of S37B, no overbank is seen. Next slide, Jenny. So one thing I want to point out is sometimes when you do see out of bank behavior of these peak profile plots, it may cause flooding and damage, and it may not. So this is an example of one location where there is a lake close by and maybe not a lot of flooding shown. But this is why it's important to use these profile plots along with the inundation maps. It's just one piece of the puzzle, but this gives you an idea of what's occurring in the canal. Next slide, Jenny. Okay, so then we're going to move into the structure performance. So we'll have two figures for each structure. And this figure is a kind of a snapshot of all 32 events that were run. So it's the peak, maximum discharge, maximum headwater, and maximum tailwater. And we're showing these as a function of the relative sea level change. And we're showing that as feet above the 1992 tidal epoch. So for existing condition, you would see all the existing condition runs at the 0.7, and then of course sea level increasing to 1.2. 2 is the intermediate, and then 4.4 for the future without project. So this gives us kind of a snapshot of what's occurring at the structure with increased sea level. I mean, it's not all the information needed to really assess the structure, but it's one snapshot of what's occurring. So for instance, for S37A, we see that discharge decreases with sea level change for all events except the 2-year surge with 5-year rainfall, which kind of levels off. So that's the brown line on the bottom. Discharge, headwater, and tailwater and overtopping stage are exceeded by all scenarios, which we do have on most of the figures. Well, we'll have the design headwater and tailwater. Also, overtopping is typically when the gates are closed, if water can overtop the gate. Bypass would be when the entire structure could be bypassed. Sometimes those numbers are the same. For this case, not. Okay, Jenny, you can move to the next. So the second figure for structure performance that we're going to provide is just one event, the hydrographs, so that you can also look at in time, how is the discharge and head and tail water looking in time. So this is an example of hydrographs for the 25-year rainfall with 20-year surge boundaries. And one thing you can see here that you can't see in the other snapshot is the blue line is the future without project high sea level. And you can see that there is a delay in when the future without project high can discharge. It's a decrease in the discharge peak, but also there's a delay. One additional measure that we want to make with the model output is flood duration to see if areas are staying flooded longer and how much longer with sea level change. So that's we're currently working to create this output for the study. So that's kind of our next steps. Okay, so for the next 4 structures, I'll move through them a little bit quicker since kind of explained what we're seeing. So Jenny, if you could go to the next slide, please. So the next structure is G57. This is also the other leg of the C14 canal. This sometimes called the Old Pompano Canal. And this shows the G57 is the discharge from the Pompano Canal watershed, and it's a 2-gated spillway structure. Next slide. So for the Pompano Canal portion of the profile plot, you can see where G65 is at around 46,000 feet. So downstream of that is the G57 portion of the canal, or the portion of the canal discharging to G57. All design events show stages below the bank elevations, except downstream of G57, where there is one cross section that has shallower banks. The difference between the existing condition and future without intermediate for the 25-year rainfall, which is again the green, is about 1 foot. One thing to notice in this canal reach is upstream of the G57 structure, there is a long culvert, and there is a lot of losses through the culvert. And I just wanted to point this out because that is actually not at the G57, it's actually upstream of the G57 structure. The shallow bank downstream of G57 is where C14, Pompano Canal, and Cypress Creek merge. Okay, next slide. All right, again, here is the structure performance for G57. Design flow rate decreases with sea level change for the more extreme events, say greater than the 10-year rainfall. Design headwater and tailwater and overtopping stages are exceeded by all scenarios, and bypass stages are exceeded by high rainfall events only for the future without project high conditions. Next slide. All right, so again, we'll show the 20-year surge tidal boundary with the 25 rainfall, the hydrographs, and we're seeing similar results where the flow volume, there's some delay in discharging the flow volume for future without project high. You can also see the negative flow when gates are overtopped, particularly in seen in the future without project high. Okay, next plot. All right, so moving on to the S36 structure and C13 canal. You can see the C13 drains the C13 West watershed. It's a one-bay spillway structure, and it is actually located between the C13 West and C13 East watersheds. The profile does include the downstream portion of the Middle River Canal for assessment. So we will look to see, we want to be able to assess downstream effects of anything we do in the system. So we're showing that on the profile plots. All right, next figure, Jenny. So here's the profile plot, maximum peak stage profile plot for C13. So you have to look in toward the middle of this figure for the S36 tidal outfall at around 40,000 feet. So upstream of the tidal structure S36, all 25-year rainfall existing condition have stages within the bank elevations. There's about a 1/2 foot increase in stage for future without intermediate when the 25-year rainfall simulations are compared. So that's the green and the red line. This figure shows several locations where the secondary system drainage is pumped into the primary canal also. And again, one thing to point out, on the next slide, we'll have another picture just showing that these really need to be combined with the inundation plots, because out of bank does not necessarily mean flooding. And Jenny, if you can move toward the next figure, we can show here where this looks like maybe a lot of flooding here to a couple of feet out of bank. As you can see in the picture here, it's actually like a wetland, low-lying area, so it may not actually be a damage, and that will be assessed with our inundation maps. Okay, if you move to the next slide, please. All right, so our structure performance is shown here as discharge decreases for sea level change for all events. The design headwater and tailwater are exceeded by all scenarios. There's a possibility of gate overtopping at the peak, as you can see with the head and tailwater. But bypass stages are not exceeded by any of the scenarios at the structure. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and similar to what we've seen at other structures, seems a bit of a pattern for this watershed, for this reach. The hydrographs at the structure show some delay in discharging flow for the future without project high. Okay. All right, next focus structure is the S33, which is located at the divide between the C12 West and East watersheds. The C12 Canal and North Fork New River profile is shown on the next figure. Okay, Jenny, please. So S33 is located around the 13,000 mark. And differences between the existing condition base and future without project intermediate show about a ½ foot or less upstream of S33. We do have a snapshot of some locations in the next slide, Jenny. Overbank spilling shown in the red box is contained in the retention pond on the left bank of C12. Okay, next slide. Oops, sorry. Okay, yeah, structure performance for S33 is presented here. Peak discharge at this structure decreases with sea level rise. Overtopping of the gates is common. And design headwater and tailwater is exceeded for all events, but not seeing structure bypass at this structure. Okay, next slide, please. With the decrease in flow for future without project high, there's also a delay when the flow can be discharged. And again, this is a common output seen in the Broward tidal structures. And we'll be looking at also a flow volume, because you can see the volume of flow is decreased in the area under the curve there. And we'll be looking at that and flood duration maps as next step. Okay, next slide. G54 is located at the divide between the North New River Canal West and East watersheds. This canal profile on the next figure is shown beyond the confluence with C12. All right, so Jenny, the next figure. All right, so here for the maximum peak stage profile plot, upstream of G54 tidal outfall, which is located between the 92,000 and 97,000 feet location, G54 tidal outfall. So upstream of G54, you see about a ½ foot of difference in the 25-year rainfall when comparing the existing condition base and the future without project intermediate. There's not a lot of overbank experienced upstream, and the landmarks on this canal do include some of the secondary system pump stations, Bonaventure PS1 and PS2, which may be helpful in locating what the canal profile may be in your areas of interest. Okay, next slide, please, Jenny. These are some of the areas in the downstream portion of the canal, so downstream of the watershed, downstream of the tidal structure, and some inundation areas of inundation. And you can see there are natural areas that absorb a lot of the storage of the overbank. But again, this will be looked at with flood depths rasters. Okay, next structure, next slide. All right, so structure performance for the G54 is showing that the peak discharge at this structure decreases with sea level rise. Overtopping of the gates is common. Design, headwater, and tailwater is exceeded for all events. And bypass is exceeded for all of the events for future without project high conditions. Okay, next slide. With the decrease in flow for future without project high, there's also a delay when the flow can be discharged, and also a little less flow volume and time is being discharged. This can be assessed further when we look at flow volume and time and flood duration maps. Also in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the negative flow coming into the watershed for future without project high with the overtopping and the bypass. Okay, so this is the end of the slides showing the structure performance and profile plots. And I think we're going to have a break, well, question and answer
Question
and a
and answer.
break.
Yes,
Yeah.
thanks, Carol.
All right,
So-
thank you.
Please put your question and answers. You can type them into the Q&A section or raise your hand feature and we can call upon you and we'll give you unmute capabilities. So we'll start with the Q&A typed questions first because I see one in there. Nicole, do you want to read it out and see who can answer their question?
Sure. So I think this will go to Carol and Amanda definitely, or someone else on the modeling team. The question is from Raj at Broward. And the question is, was there any model calibration or validation performed? How the canal stages for tailwater and headwater and structure flows compared to observed data?
Yeah, Raj, can you hear me? Am I still okay?
We can hear you, Carol.
Okay. Yes, there was model calibration. First, two things. One, these models were calibrated and validated fairly extensively during the level of service project. But in addition to that, we didn't change the model domain, but we did add additional features in the downstream areas of the model, downstream of the tidal structures, because the level of service did look at mostly upstream with tailwater of the structure as their boundary condition. And we did draw upon the resiliency model from Broward County for this additional information. And we reran the model through the Hurricane Irma calibration. So we do have the Hurricane Irma recalibration of the model available.
Hey, Carol, this is Hong Ying. Can I add a little bit more here?
Please do. Yeah, Hong Ying and Michael are the modelers for this breach. Thank you.
Okay. So Raj, to answer your question, yes. And when we get this model from Broward County Resilience, we actually produced a take memo specifically to compare the calibration, simulated the hydrograph with the observed data, and we actually produced a take memo to document the comparison. And Michael, you have anything to add? I think that's the first thing we did.
Yes, Honging. I was just gonna mention that, so I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
So I see Carolina is typing an answer to this question as well. Let's give a sec. Carolina said we can provide the technical memo if needed. So you can always let us know and request it through that resiliency email. Does that answer the question?
Yep,
Thanks,
I believe
Raj.
so. He said, okay, thank you.
Perfect.
No more questions in the Q&A, Jenny. So if you want to go ahead and if anybody wants to go ahead and raise your hand, we'll ask you to unmute.
we've got one hand raised, Nicole. You see them?
Yes.
Amy Cook.
Please go ahead and unmute yourself, Amy.
Hi,
Hi.
great presentation. Why did you choose the mic model?
Amanda, you want me to talk to that or?
Sure, Carol, you could kick it off, and if I
Okay.
need to add anything, I will. Thank you.
Okay. For several reasons. One, in these watersheds, there is a lot of operations because they are highly managed, and the mic model could handle operating and operations of all the structures and the flow equations. In addition to that, the mic model has a groundwater component. And as we increase the sea level change along the coast, we expect that to affect the groundwater moving into the interior areas of the study domain. And we need to capture that because during flood, the higher water table means there may be less ability to store water, to store it not only in the soil, but even if some of these lakes are higher because the water table is kept higher, we need to account for that. Also, the Mike model went through a very strenuous check for when the models were used for level of service, they were recommended for level of service, and they went through a lot of different other models to determine what was the best model to use. So it was determined to be the best and for the situation, and the level of service program had already calibrated these models and validated the models. So this was this project has a very aggressive timescale. So it was good to build on knowledge that we already had and tools that we already had, and it was better to work with the tools we had and make them, better and better and work on them than to start from scratch, because it is a large area with a lot of features. So I don't know if
Thank you,
anybody has
Carol.
anything to add.
I think you covered it, Carol. I just do want to add that in the beginning of the study, the H&H team, and in addition to other team members, we did evaluate multiple different software options, and kind of as from all of the things that Carol described, that's kind of why Mike Hydro led kind of became the lead software for consideration. And so we did, again, evaluate multiple softwares using different criteria, and a lot of that criteria is what Carol mentioned. And again, we felt like Mike Hydro was the best tool to be able to evaluate all of that criteria.
All right, any other questions? I'm not seeing any other hands raised or anything typed in the Q&A.
We can wait a few more seconds, minutes. We have some time.
You have plenty of time, yes.
Yeah, I will add, this is kind of our first look at all the data. It is 8 design events for 4 different sea level conditions for 4 different reaches. So it's 128 simulations. So if there's something, and so this is the way we're going to present it. If there is other ways that you may want to see the data, there's a survey that you can input your ideas for showing the data.
So we'll provide the link to the survey on the district webpage, and we'll provide a link showing where it's located on one of the slides here in this presentation. And we may send out mailers to everybody on our resiliency mailing list too, in case you cannot find the link. So you have multiple opportunities to give your feedback on how the data should be presented and what your expectations are. So we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. And as I said in the beginning, all this data will be used throughout the study development. This is the first time this is getting out, but you certainly see the results in many multiple iterations in the future. So the more familiar you are with the data now, the way we are sharing those results, the better will be for all of us to evaluate project performance later, like the alternatives, the measures that we are going to be proposing as part of this study. So it's good to spend some time now getting familiar with all of that, digesting, and knowing that you have multiple opportunities to look to that and evaluate, help us to assess all the flood risks and the benefits associated with the projects that we'll be proposing. So yeah, this is the time to provide input. This is the time that you tell us how you want to see those results.
And if there are no questions now, you will have the opportunity after each reach for questions if they pertain to the overall study. Also, you can send us questions afterwards on email. I know this is a lot to take in, so if you need to review the video or the PowerPoint presentation at a later time to really focus your thoughts, that is perfectly fine. You can contact any of us at a later time. All right, still seeing nothing. Team, what do you think about adjourning just a little bit early for lunch to give an extra 10 minutes and we'll all meet back at 1?
I think that's a very good idea. I think folks probably need some food to power their brains. This is a lot of information, so we want to make sure everybody's fed for the afternoon. And as I think has been reiterated, this is just a first look at the information. We don't expect any detailed feedback today. Take your time, review the information that'll be posted, and then get us your feedback via the survey or via email. Because we want to just be able to provide the information in the best way for each of you to be able to view it. So yeah, I'd say let's go ahead and adjourn for lunch.
All right. I'm going to place a reminder slide saying workshop will resume at 1 for anybody that pops on and isn't sure where we're at, so they know what's going on. I see Ava presented in the question answer. Well done, study team. All right. With that, everyone is adjourned for lunch and we will meet back at 1 p.m. Thank you all. All right, everyone, welcome back. I show 1 o'clock on the time. Can I get a confirmation that Amanda and Carol are present?
I'm here. Amanda?
I'm here.
All right.
All right, you ready to jump? I will
I am.
let you start.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Again, this is Amanda Bredesen, lead of the modeling subteam for USAFE. I'll go ahead and kick us off with Reach B in kind of a similar manner as Reach A. I'd like to acknowledge again the modeling team, Mr. Joseph Wilder and Francisco Pena for the Reach B, and of course Carol Ballard as well. So next slide, please, Jenny. Okay, so for those of you that listened into the Reach A briefing, I apologize a little bit up front. Some of the descriptions for the introductory slides and the depth graphics kind of might be a bit repetitive, but I wanted to ensure that folks that are just joining us for this afternoon portion of the workshop that they have the same background information for kind of viewing these graphics. So again, the planning reaches were based off of the managed watersheds within the delineated area, but the model domain and the graphic output for the depth results might look a little bit different because the model domain is expanded beyond the planning reach delineation in order for us to appropriately capture the boundary condition. I just want to recognize that up front, but with that, the Reach B consists of the C7 or Little River Basin, C8 and C9 watersheds, and the additional watersheds downstream of the coastal structures, including the western portion of the North Biscayne Bay watershed, which encompasses the Arch Creek subwatershed area. And for Planning Reach B, we have 4 water control structures that we will be really concentrating on today. The C9 basin with S29, Arch Creek with G58, the C8 basin with S28, and C7 basin with S27. Next slide, please. The first model results that we'll be sharing are the max depth graphics, as they provide a good spatial overview of kind of one of our more important model outputs. You know, the max depth grids are the main input for the calculation of our national economic development damages, and these results feed directly into our HEC FDA model. And again, I want to reiterate that although we simulated 8 design events for the base condition, as well as for the future without project condition under 3 sea level change scenarios, we were only going to be showing 8 depth graphics today. There are 32 depth raster results available, but again, in the interest of time, we're only going to be viewing a subset of this just to provide kind of a overview and for comparative purposes. So we selected 4 events to show that, again, we thought that the selected design events would provide a good opportunity to review the rainfall-driven type of responses as well as compound-driven responses. So throughout these depth graphics and the rest of the presentation, you're going to kind of see these 4 events throughout the graphics. So we have a 25-year rainfall with 2-year surge, 25-year rainfall with 20-year surge, 100-year rainfall with 2-year surge, and 100-year rainfall with 100-year surge. Finally, the graphics will be showing 2 different conditions: the base year, which is again the 2035 condition of the basin, as well as the future without project under intermediate sea level change for the 2085 condition. The future without project condition under intermediate sea level change is 1.3 feet of additional sea level rise above the 2035 condition. just to give you additional context when you're comparing from the Future Without project to the base year. So the first graphic we have is the 100-year rainfall, 100-year coastal.
I went through them quick when you had mentioned.
Yeah,
backwards.
I'm sorry. I was like, that doesn't seem like it's in the right order, but that's okay. Maybe we can scroll through them again, starting with the 25. I apologize, Jenny. Just to give folks another view of them, because I know this is a lot of information, and since we provided it from a reach perspective, I understand that the level of detail might not be here, but again, that's why we'd like to hear back from you guys from the survey, and definitely in any other forum, email or whatnot, to reach out to us if you have specific areas of interest in mind that you'd like us to zoom into or provide depth rasters for. And this is just a snapshot. This is the 25-year rainfall, 2-year coastal event, base year and Future Without project. Next slide. This is our 25-year rainfall, same rainfall event, but now we have included a 20-year coastal surge condition. $100-year rainfall and 2-year coastal. And 100-year rainfall, 100-year coastal. And coastal is, again, the storm surge applied to the downstream boundary conditions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol Ballard to continue with our result graphics. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Amanda. Yeah, so we're going to be presenting a primary canal output and structure performance for the focus structures in Reach B. Before we get started, though, I did want to mention that the modeling, there is a change from what is currently in the field today due to a FEMA BRIC award that has been funded. There's already plans and funding to add pumps at the 3 spillways in this reach, S29, S28, and S27. So they are included in our modeling for Section 216. The existing condition baseline is for the year 2035, so it's assumed that they'll be built and operational for existing conditions and Future Without. So as part of the funding, it'll provide a 500 CFS forward pump that is added to each of the structures to convey the floodwater to tide when downstream water elevations are too high to allow gravity flow. So these pumps will be operated to turn on when the gates can't open. And we don't open the gates. We are modeling the gates closed if tailwater is higher than headwater. Also, the water control structure gates are elevated plus 3 feet. So that will allow less overtopping of the gate. And the tieback flood barrier, we've also have the bypass of the structure at the same elevation of the elevated control structure gates. So just to mention that for all the Section 216, we do have the 500 CFS forward pump. Next slide, Jenny. So we're going to step through the structures and canals of interest in this reach. The first one is the C9 canal discharging to S29. And the structure, as you can see, is located close to the bay or intercoastal waterway. Next slide, Jenny. Thank you. I'll talk a little bit about the features on what we're going to show, and then we'll be showing similar figures for each of the structures and canals. So this is the C9 canal peak stage profile plot. And some of the features on the peak profile plot are along the bottom. You can see there are landmarks shown so that you can locate the area of interest to you, maybe a local area you want to look at and zoom into to see what the canal level could possibly be in future conditions. So also on here we have bank elevations. These are the bank elevations in the model cross sections. So the dark orange line would be the north bank, and the lighter orange line is the south bank. So you can get a little bit of a feel for where we may see out-of-bank flooding. Out-of-bank flooding maybe not necessarily causing flooding to structures, and so these will be combined with the flood depth rasters. For this canal, what we are showing are the same events Amanda's already mentioned. So the 25-year rainfall with both 2-year and 20-year surge, and the 100-year rainfall with both the 2-year and 100-year surge. And the way that the legend goes is the existing condition is solid lines, and the future without project intermediate will be the dotted lines in the same color, so that you can see how the future without project and the intermediate sea level could be increasing stages in these canals. So for this C9 canal, the differences in peak stage between existing condition base and the future without project intermediate for the 25-year rainfall events show between a half a foot to a foot. The peak stages on the western side of the canal, you may notice, are some lower than actually on the eastern side. And this is likely due to the lower topography in the west side of the basin, which could be holding water and acting as storage. The C9 impoundment is also another feature in the west for storage. If we can move to the next slide, please, Jenny. Yeah, this is showing where we see Outer Bank in the western portion of the watershed. And this is what I was talking about, is there's a lot of low-lying areas that are lakes and mining pits in that part of the watershed. And if you can take a look between the existing condition on the bottom and the future without on the top, you can see that water looks to be moving into these low-lying areas, and you have increased depth in these low-lying areas. But if you look at the inundation in the neighborhoods, you don't see as much change. So that's helping to keep the water levels down in the western part of the profile, and an explanation for why the profile is a little less in the west than in the east, which we don't usually expect. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so for structure performance, we're gonna be showing the data in this format. So a little explanation. So we have 32 events. So this is kind of a way to summarize what's happening at the structures with peak discharge and peak headwater and tailwater. So a lot of times you can maintain the peak discharge, but with maintaining the peak discharge or close to the peak discharge, of course, you have higher headwaters, a higher upstream water surface elevation in the canal. So this is what this is showing, and it's kind of comparing the peaks as a function of relative sea level change. So if you take a look at the x-axis, our reference is the 1992 tidal epoch. So this is a relative sea level change above the 1992 tidal epoch. So based on the discharge, the 100-year and 500-year rainfall are above design Q due to the inclusion of the 500 CFS pumps and changes to gates and flood wall. The overtop and bypass are at 5.4 NABD, and they're shown on the plots on the right. The overtop equals the bypass for this structure. Also on the instantaneous discharge, we're showing the design flow for this structure. All right, thank you, Jenny. Can you move to the next? The second figure that we're showing for structure performance, in addition to just showing the peaks, we take one design event, and for this case, it's the 20-year surge combined with our 25-year rainfall, and show the hydrographs comparatively so that you can see it shows a little different look at the structure. And you can see here that this comparison in flow shows the negative flow that's going into the watershed for future without high. Also, you can see around, you can see at 500 kind of a leveling off. You can see that the pump is working for some of these events. But even with the pump, you're still getting some negative flow for some of the higher sea level conditions. And I think I did mention that the pump would turn on when the gates can't open. So, okay, so these are the figures we'll be showing for each of the watersheds. Next slide, Jenny. And then after I said that, when we move into Arch Creek Basin, it's the G58 structure is a 4-barrel culvert structure with gates. And we don't have a canal profile here because upstream is just a small creek. So we're not going to be showing a profile. Probably we're going to be looking just to show flood depths rather than profiles since it's a small watershed. But right now we're not going to show it yet. And this area, we are recalibrating at G58. Well, we're not recalibrating, but we're doing an additional history check because we recalibrated the models for Hurricane Irma. And at this time, G58 was being refurbished and there was no data for a couple of years. So we have run a couple of different history match events, and we're looking at the data now. So I'm going to present the structure performance, but it does have a note on it that says preliminary, and that's why. So we're looking. They didn't collect data until after 2020, April 2020, I think. So we have a couple of events we're looking at after that. Jenny, can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, so that's why you see the preliminary undergoing additional calibration on the figures. So you can see at the structure that discharge increases for all but the more extreme events, the 500-year rainfall and 100-year rainfall with the 100-year surge. We do have the overtop and bypass here on the figure for and the optimal headwater is much lower than what we're seeing. It's on there. Optimal headwater is 0.24 feet, so way above optimal for these rainfall events. Next plot. Okay, so this just shows again preliminary results, and we will be possibly updating these, but this is what we're seeing so far for the 20-year surge, 25-year rainfall event at the G58. Okay, next. Okay, our next structure is the S28 tidal structure that discharges C8. Again, it is fairly close to the coast, and it's got the 500 CFS pumps. Next slide. For the profile plots, you're seeing the 25-year rainfall events show between a half a foot to a foot difference. And you can also see the tidal effects downstream of the surge events as opposed to just rainfall driven, since these are close to the coast. What there one thing not sure if I mentioned is you can see where some of these profile plots may go out of bank. Sometimes that may cause flooding because of the outer bank. Sometimes it's into a low-lying area or a wetland or a park and not cause structure damage. So I do the next slide, I think, is an example of some of the area here between I-95, I think. Let's move. Can you pull up the next slide, Jenny, please? Yeah, so here looking at area between I-95 and the West Dixie Highway. You can see some overbank flooding due to outer bank, and you can see how it might increase with future without project intermediate results. And also you can see how it might increase in area and flood depths with a surge condition. So it's important to consider the flood inundation maps along with these profile plots. Next slide. Okay, so structure performance for S28. The peak instantaneous discharge increases with sea level for a 5 and 10-year rainfall, but it levels off for the more extreme events. And of course, with the 500 CFS pump and changes to gates and flood wall, the overtop and bypass are at 5.4 NAVD. You can also see in the tailwater that since it's close to the bay and intercoastal, you don't see a lot of difference in the tailwater for all 2-year surge events. They're very similar to the tidal boundary, but you do see the increase in structure headwater and some overtopping of the structure, even with the 3-foot increase in gates. Next structure, please. So here's the hydrographs for the S28 for the 20-year surge with 25-year rainfall event, and it further shows the effects of sea level. You can see the where the pumping is occurring, where you see the discharge at 500 CFS. But as you increase the sea level, that you get, even with the 500 CFS pump, you're still getting water coming into the watershed. And that causes increased volume of water for the structure to discharge. So one thing we will be looking at next steps that Amanda mentioned is flood duration, because when you see the water coming into the watershed and then you have to increase the volume that you pump or discharge out of the watershed, that can cause delays in discharging the volume of the water. So you may see longer duration of flooding, even if you don't see a lot of increase in flood levels. So we'll be looking at that in next step. We're going to be preparing a flood duration plots. Okay, next slide. All right, thank you. All right, so here's the C7 canal discharging to the S27 structure. One thing, this watershed is drained a lot with storm sewers, and we have conceptually included storm sewers in the modeling for C7. We're coordinating also with the level of service for this model. Next slide, please. For the profile plot, you can see the differences in peak stages between the existing condition base and the future without project intermediate for the 25-year rainfall events. show between a half a foot to just under a foot. The difference is a little over a half a foot upstream. So you could just take a look at the red and green, which are the 25-year rainfall conditions. All right, next slide. This is an example of a location where we are seeing some overbank flow occurring, and a comparison of some of the flooding along the banks. Down kind of in the corner or where the canal is turned, you can see it's more of a low-lying kind of lake area, but you are seeing some urban flooding that does get worse with future without and more extreme events. Okay, next slide. So for S27, the peak instantaneous discharge increases with sea level for all events, but it starts to level off from the more extreme events. The overtop and bypass being at 5.4 feet, even so, you still get some overtopping and bypass. All the tailwater is shown above the bypass and overtopping for all simulations at the Future Without project, high sea level condition. And then with a surge, you also have bypass and overtopping for all three conditions of surge. Okay, next slide. So the hydrographs show further effects of sea level. And again, this is just a snapshot for one design event with surge. But you can see where the pumping is occurring and where even with the pumping, you still have overtopping and flow bypassing into the watershed, which creates additional flow that needs to be a flow volume that needs to be discharged. Okay, so this is this is the end of what we're presenting for structure performance and canal profiles for the Reach B, and I think we're going to open up for any questions.
Nicole, do you want to read the two questions we have?
Sure. So we have the first question from Marcia at Miami-Dade County. Says, I have a concern with forward at 500 CFS pumping into the mouth of the Oleta River and state recreational area, as it's a mangrove area that's protected, a state park, and there's areas that are both the state and county have been working to preserve and maintain. It says the model does not extend to the mouth of the Snake Creek and Malu Lake and Dumbfounding Bay, which raises some concerns.
Okay, this is about water quality and the pump.
Marcia, if you want to clarify if that's specifically about water quality, can you raise your hand and we'll unmute you? Marcia, if you want to unmute yourself, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, what I can say is it just allows the structure to discharge when the gates can't open. It's not it's not adding additional discharge to current. It's just trying to keep the same levels as we have now available to discharge for future conditions. I'm not sure if that answers your water quality question, but
Yeah, I can help you here, Carol, just to add, I think this is a very important question. And we are
yes.
very aware of all the water quality issues that we have in the basin and in Biscayne Bay in general. We have been having several discussions with stakeholders in Miami related to those, water quality issues that we have in the basin. This is certainly one of the benefits that we're going to be trying to balance as we advance the project in this study. So yeah, we have as part of the environmental quality benefits, we're going to be looking at that partially, not fully, but anyway, it's part of I would say it's part of the whole equation, looking at the full picture in this basin and understanding the risks that we have in general and finding the balance.
Thanks, Caroline and Carol. So just to clarify for everyone on the call, once your hand is raised and we call on you, go ahead and unmute yourself. So that answers that first question. We actually have a few questions in the Q&A, and then we have a few hands raised. So we'll finish through the Q&A questions, and then we'll move to the raised hands on the call. So next question from Kate Hagman. For the C7 max stage in the FWOP, why does the stage increase so much downstream of the structure?
Yeah, Kate, thanks for the question. Okay, so downstream of the structure, we are applying a tidal boundary. These structures are very close to the bay, so they are close to where we're applying a tidal boundary. And when in these events, we're applying a boundary of surge, a tidal surge. And so, for example, for the more extreme events, if you want to go back to slide 82, Jenny, that's the profile plot for the C7. Yeah, so you can see the purple line and dotted line, those are the 100-year rainfall with the 100-year surge applied. So that downstream boundary reflects the high surge condition. The lower boundary for the 25-year, 2-year, the green and light blue. So those are just a 2-year surge with much lower tidal boundary. So we're trying to represent different conditions in the watershed. So we have run all the rainfalls for 2-year surge, and then we picked 3 conditions to run with higher surge levels as our tidal boundary, so that we can also assess the effect of having the high surge boundaries to our structures. Hopefully that helps answer your question.
Thanks, Carol. Okay, we have another question from Orlando Rubio. He says, would it be possible to get the modeling C7 stage data within the limit of El Portal for the events modeled?
I don't exactly know where that is, but I do know there's a survey and then an email that's going to be provided. And you can put your request in to those 2 places.
Thanks, Carol.
Amanda, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Nicole.
Oh, I was just going to mention, as Jenny mentioned, also we're going to have the survey. The link is going to be in the next steps slide for this presentation. It'll also be on the website, and we'll try to do some follow-up certainly, so everybody has access to that. And just to give you an idea, Carol, El Portal is just northeast of on the north side of the river, in the C7. But go ahead, Amanda. I know Carol called on you to add anything here.
Oh, no, I was just going to echo what Carol said, that the survey would be a great opportunity to write down the locations of interest, that we can provide the detailed output. And if you're interested in seeing particular things for El Portal, then, we can provide that if that would be helpful. I think the survey is a great way to kind of get that more refined look. I know this is just, again, an overarching view of the results at this point.
Great. Thanks, Amanda, Carol. Okay, next question from Luis Ochoa. Oh, go ahead, Carol. Were you going to say something?
No.
Hey, no, Nicole, this is Tim. I was going to suggest that maybe we put the link to the location where both the slides and the survey will be in the chat in response to those two questions, just so it's easy for people to grab.
Yeah, we actually don't have the chat function enabled right now. But the easiest way really is on the website. It's sfwmd.gov. We'll add it to the final slide so it's there too. /C&SF with an ampersand. It's really short and it'll take you directly to the page. And we'll do some follow-up. Thanks, Tim. Sorry about that. So next question is from Luis Ochoa, which says, where can we find the slides for the presentation to review them in more in depth? So as I mentioned, they're going to be on the website, and we'll make sure to follow up and send that. I'll actually type it in here as well so that everybody can see what that page looks like.
So they'll be in two different places, Nicole, on the public meetings section of the district website and the C&SF resiliency section of the district website.
Yeah, that's correct. I would
case.
just say one good thing is go to the C&SF website, because the public meetings, it also has all the other public meetings that the district is running. So you got to kind of find the specific ones for this. So I did type there under Luis's question. I put it into the web page here. And then Amanda also added the survey, which is really great. So thank you, Amanda. While we don't have a chat open, we could answer in the Q&A, so that works. Okay, next question from Pamela Sweeney. Hi, team. To Marcia's great point, and as Carolina knows from our work on this, the faster you move low DO, high nutrient water, and more of it, the worse water quality is expected to be in the OFW. Is this project being designed such that the slug of water being moved will meet the state's water quality criteria, and is it required to?
Okay, I mean, I can't speak on the water quality piece. It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but so maybe Carolina can speak to that. But I will say, if you look at the water, the flow out of the spillway is much higher than the flow out of the pump. So I don't know how that if that helps. But the spillway that is already there, has much greater flow rates typically than the 500 CFS pump.
Okay, and certainly for this question, we can have more follow-up. This is, as Carolina mentioned, a discussion that is also being had on the side related to other topics and projects that are happening at the county and with the district too. So we can certainly follow up more on that. Thanks, Carol.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because like I say, I'm not that well versed in water quality, and I know we have a lot of expertise that could discuss this better.
Yeah, and Pamela, we are here. I'm more than happy to follow up with you in more detail too. We have been coordinating so much in other outside of this project scope, in other strategies that we need to develop for the basin as a whole to reduce pollution loads. So there is a lot of action happening there parallel to this project that we hope we can accomplish successfully. And I mean, even the goal of these discussions is really today is less on the types of projects that we'll be implementing and possible impacts, but and more on where we are in terms of the flood availability. We will have future meetings that we will be discussing overall project strategies here, but it's just not today's discussion, not the main focus of the discussion today.
Okay, next question, also from Luis. Carol, this and Amanda, this is just one to specify what the surge levels are for the 2-year, 25-year, and 100-year events.
Yeah, Louis, thanks for your question. Actually, if you want to know the peak surge levels, probably we can go to slide 69 for C9. C9 is located right pretty close to the bay. So in looking at this profile, well, it doesn't go downstream, I guess, for C9, but I guess we can move like to C8 profile, which is 77, slide 77. So I mean, the short answer would be these peaks that you see shown here on the far right are the peaks of the surge being applied for the most part. But we can also provide our surge tidal boundary, if you want to request that. But this should give you an idea of the elevations that the surge reaches for each of these events.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit to that. Thanks, Carol, for that explanation. So we did apply, as Carol mentioned, different boundary conditions depending on the location. So the coastal hazard system was applied using multiple different save points. So output from that analysis, I think we had like 4 or 5 locations throughout the different reaches where we applied the CHS data. And so it does vary a bit depending on exactly where you're looking at, if it's within the intercoastal or in the Biscayne Bay. The surge annual exceedance frequency values do vary throughout the project reach. So if you have like a specific area that you're interested in learning about the 2, 20, and 100-year surge values, definitely let us know, and we can give you the results for that correspond to that specific area from the coastal hazard system data. I do wanted to kind of recognize that it does vary north to south depending on the model reach.
Well, thank you, everyone. I do show we're just starting a little over time for the next reach. Reach C starts about 1:50. Is there any other questions? I don't see any other hands raised.
Hey, Jenny, I've cleared the chat, and yeah, I don't see any more hands raised.
Okay,
We could
like
do
1 more minute just in case.
Can I add just one little thing here? Just getting some, as I mentioned to Pamela, we are not yet in the project alternatives phase of this study. We're not discussing projects or measures, but we are advancing some other studies that we are advancing, that we are already a little bit ahead. In any case, the most important message to leave here is we will be sizing those projects accordingly and going through all the required processes to ensure that the project recommendations that come out of this study will be, of course, fulfilling all the requirements that are needed for this project. And I can certainly say minimizing or not, or having any kind of impacts downstream mitigated somehow. This is a requirement of this process. And I know the court can talk a little bit more about this, the overall process of how projects are being implemented and how potential impacts need to be mitigated. So it's part of the overall strategy for this study. We are far ahead, and I don't think we should discuss this yet today. There is a lot that we want to talk about. We are just here today discussing future without conditions. So without any project, where we will be. And we will move to this other phase of the study soon, but not yet.
Okay, any last ideas for questions? Anything you'd like to ask about this last Reach B before we move on? All right, let me get to the next Reach C slide, and Amanda, you can continue. All right, ready to go.
Thanks, Jenny. Perfect. So again, want to take an opportunity to acknowledge all the wonderful modeling work and could not have been accomplished without our modelers listed here, Laura, Justin, and Ruben, and great work from them. So thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so Reach C. So this Reach includes 5 managed watersheds in the Miami River area: C2, C3W, C5, C6, and C4. And it also includes the watersheds downstream of the coastal control structures. As I mentioned earlier, the models were expanded, and you can kind of see the planning reach versus the model domain. As I mentioned earlier, there's a bit of difference between the two, again, because of the model boundary, but there is obviously quite a bit of overlap. But the focus of Reach C consists of the 4 coastal control structures. So we have the C6 basin with S26, the C4 basin with S25B, C3 with G93, C5 with S25, and C2, also known as Snapper Creek, with the S22 structure. Next slide. Okay, so very similar as before, we are showing the 8 depth raster results for the same events that we have been showing. So we have a 25-year, 2-year, 25-year, 20-year, 100-year, 2-year, and 100-year event for the base condition of 2035 in the future without project conditions under the intermediate sea level scenario for the 2085 condition. Again, that's 1.3 feet above the 2035 condition. So similar to the other reaches, there are 32 depth rasters available for Reach C, but we're just showing the snapshot today of these 8 for these graphics and the remaining graphics that Carol will cover. Again, this is the 25-year, 20-year. Jenny, did we skip over the 2-year, or are they out of order? There we go. There, it looks so similar. I tried to align all of the figures nicely, so when you get the presentation, you want to view these yourself, you can scroll through them quickly and you can kind of see how the depth results change. So next slide, please, Jenny. You can see how the 20-year coastal kind of impacts the system, and then the 100-year, 2-year, obviously quite a bit more inundation showing up in these larger rainfall events. And then the last graphic, Jenny, 100-year, 100-year, and you can really see how the 100-year coastal event does start to propagate through the coastal area and near our coastal control structures and into the transition zone. So without belaboring these a little bit too much, we've seen a few depth rasters today. I will pass it over to Carol to get to the remaining graphics for Reach C. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, for Reach C, we're going to go through the primary canal output and structure performance for the 5 structures and canals of interest to Section 216 in this Reach. The first one is the C2 Snapper Creek Canal, which discharges through the S22 structure. You can see here the C2 starts at the confluence with C4 watershed to the north, and moves through the C2 watershed until discharging at S22 close to the Matheson Hammock Park or Preserve. Next slide. In case you're just joining us for this reach, this is the peak stage profile plot, and I'll go through the features shown on the plot. First of all, we have landmarks, so along the bottom, which are streets and maybe other canals coming into the water, to the primary canal, to give you a better idea of where the location is, where you're looking at the profile. Also on the figure, we have the banks of the canal as modeled in the Mike Shee model. So for this, the right and left bank are the dotted lines in black and shaded black at the top. So the lighter line is the right levee bank. So this would be looking downstream. It's to the right. And then the a little bit darker, longer dotted line would be the left levee bank. So looking downstream, that would be to your left. So what we show on here, like Amanda mentioned, is the same 4 events for both existing condition baseline and the future without project intermediate sea level change. So we have the 25-year with the 2-year surge and 20-year surge, and we have the 100-year rainfall with the 2-year surge and 100-year surge. So those 4 events are shown for existing condition in the solid line and for future condition with the dotted line. So you can look at similar color and go from solid to dotted to kind of get the what the difference is between the 2 events along the canal. So you also see at the top where the S22 structure is located along the canal. And the downstream gives you an idea of the different tidal boundaries that are being applied. Like I say, we have some surge boundaries, so that would result in a much higher downstream stages. So the difference in peak stages between the existing condition baseline and the future without project intermediate, when looking at a 25-year rainfall event with 2-year surge, the differences are close to a foot just upstream of the structure, and the difference decreases to less than half a foot at the top of the canal. These are the green and blue lines, which are the 25-year surge, 25-year with surge, and the 100-year with surge show much higher profiles. So this structure is close to the coast. So we have a few circled areas where you see quite a bit of what would be out of bank flow, where you have low canal banks shown and represented in the model. So we have a few slides just showing some of these locations, which may or may not affect flooding in urban areas. It may not affect structural flooding. Of course, these profile plots need to be combined with the flood depth rasters that Amanda was just showing to get a good representation of what's going on in the watershed as far as flooding. Sometimes it's not just the out of bank flooding, but as many of you know, the secondary systems that discharge into the primary system could have this high tailwater effect and not be able to discharge effectively. So we have to combine both of these figures to get a full sense of where the flooding's occurring. So I'll just quickly move through the location 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then move to the structure plots. Jenny, you want to go to the next slide? So this just shows that there is some low-lying land beside the bank, which is probably not going to be causing a lot of structural damage. Next slide. And again, here's an example also of maybe some wetlands or parks next to the canal. Next slide. And again, where the low-lying areas are may or may not move all the way into where the urbanization is. Could be just the low-lying bank that's flooded. Next slide. And again, just another visual of where we're seeing out of bank, and it would be, needing to be assessed as far as whether it's hitting the structures or not and causing a damage. And that, of course, will be done using a HEC FDA and the depth rasters. Okay, next slide. Okay, for structure performance, we are looking at all 32 events. So we ran 8 design events for existing condition baseline, and then 8 each for the 3 different sea level conditions for future without. So these are shown instantaneous discharge, headwater, and tailwater, the peaks, and they're shown as a function of the relative sea level change. Relative sea level change for this purpose is the feet above the 1992 tidal epoch. So for existing condition baseline, that's 2035, we're showing 0.7. And then 1.2 for low, 2 for intermediate, and 4.4 for high sea level change. So these figures also have a design flow on them to get a feel for whether we're above design. And also overtopping would be overtopping the gates, which are often lower than the structure. So bypass is overtopping the structure. So for S22 structure performance, this is showing low severity rainfall events show an increase in discharge with increasing sea level rise, but the higher severity storms show decreasing discharge with increasing sea level rise. You can see kind of the tipping point is noticeable between the 2-year surge and 20-year surge for the 25-year rainfall events. For the 25 and 100-year events with surge, the future without intermediate experiences bypass flow. Next slide. So in addition to the snapshot of the peaks, we're also showing hydrographs for one event. This is the 25-year rainfall event with a 20-year surge tidal boundary. So you can see we saw that the structure bypass was overtopped in previous slide, and here you can see that for the future without Project High, we have quite a bit of flow coming into the watershed by bypassing and overtopping the structure. Actually, for this event with the 20-year surge, all events are showing water coming back into the watershed. One other thing to look at, next slide, Jenny, please. Another thing that we're looking at with these watershed, the structure figures is timing, because we have more negative flow or backflow with higher sea level conditions. But also we're seeing the peak structure discharge is delayed for the future without Project High condition due to the longer periods of tailwater being higher than the headwater, and then having additional flow volume to discharge. So with it showing a delay, you can see in the lower right-hand side for the future without Project High. This is why we're also going to be, our next steps is looking at flood duration. So if we don't see a lot of difference in flood depths, we may see longer dwell times for the floodwater to be on land. So we'll be looking at that in next steps. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so the next structure is the G93 structure, which is at the divide between the C3 West watershed and the C3 tidal watershed. So the canal profile in the following slide will be from the confluence with the C4 canal to the coast. So next slide. So for the peak stage profile, you see upstream of the G93 structure, the 25-year, 2-year surge event shows an increase in peak profile with sea level change of about 1 foot. So the G93 structure is at about 3.5 miles. So about 1 foot. And then that difference decreases to a difference of about 1/2 foot at the upstream end. The 100-year, 2-year surge event sees less of a difference at the structure and shows a constant difference between ECB and future without high. The G93 structure is close to a golf course, and the profile shows elevations out of bank. Next slide, Jenny. This shows the location of the this shows the location of the golf course where the G93 is just upstream of the golf course. So this appears to be a fairly low-lying land. Next. Okay, for structure performance for G93, discharge tends to increase with increasing sea level rise for most storm, surge, and rainfall events. The discharge levels out for the 100-year and 500-year rainfall events with increasing sea level rise. Tailwater separates from headwater for larger surge events. From the tailwater plot, it can be seen the structures bypassed for the 100-year rainfall event and all of the events with increased storm surge boundaries. Next figure. So here are the hydrographs, and it shows the backflow at the structure for all sea level conditions, which is consistent with the previous slide, which showed the structure can be bypassed for all events with higher surge levels. Also, the next slide, please, Jenny. Also, comparing headwater and tailwater peaks with discharge, you can see that the Future Without project high has a longer delay in discharging the floodwaters. So again, we'll be looking at flood duration also for these reaches. All right, next slide. So the C4 canal and watershed is shown here. The C4 canal runs along the Tamiami Trail. The canal ends at the confluence with C6 on the, you can see where the C4 comes into the C6 at the MRMS1 location, which is a gauge location. It discharges through the S25B structure, and this is a spillway and a pump, and on the western side of the canal. And it, well, also one thing to notice about looking at this location of this canal, you can see in the blue box on the western side, the emergency detention basin located on the C4 canal. And that is an area that the C4 canal can discharge into under flood conditions. We have the canal profile up above all the way to G119 to the confluence with the C6 canal. Next slide. All right, and here shown on the profile plot is the location of the C4 emergency detention basin, just downstream of the S380 structure. And it pulls water out of the C4 canal, and that's why you're seeing a dip in the peak canal stages. And another thing to point out is the circled area. I think there's an inset next slide, Jenny, showing that there's lakes near SR 836 that have low embankments. Okay, next slide. All right, for structure performance for S25B, in general, the peak discharge tends to increase with the highest sea level rise condition, likely due to the large amount of backflow that overtops the structure. The 500-year rainfall actually does decrease a little bit, but all the other events increase. And then you can take a look at the peak instantaneous headwater and tailwater and see that bypass is occurring for all events above intermediate sea level. Next slide. So this structure is a spillway and a pump. And so this shows the discharge, even with the pump, the ability to pump, you see a lot of negative flow for all events. Again, well, for all sea level change scenarios run for this event. The next slide will show also what's occurring at the pump. So the orange line you can see is when the pump is on and when it's not. Of course, the pump can't pump during the event because of high tailwater. But also you can take a look at the lower right-hand side. Well, you can see from ECB intermediate to low, and then future without, intermediate, and high. You can see, first of all, low and intermediate sea level change. The pump has to run longer to discharge the volume. But future without high, the pump doesn't run at all. And that's because the pump has a cutoff based on a downstream water surface elevation in the C6 canal. And if that gets too high, then the pump has to turn off. That's causing a future without high to hold water more. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the next is the C5 Comfort Canal and the S25. The purple here shows the C5 watershed. The canal is just between the S25A at the upstream of the watershed and S25 downstream. S25A is closed during flood events. And the S25 is a single barrel corrugated metal pipe culvert with a gate. Next slide. So the profile is between the S25A and the S25 and then downstream tidal region. The 25-year, 2-year surge boundary is showing within bank for existing condition baseline. For the same event with intermediate sea level, the peak stage shows of overbank occurring. And there's the inset over on the right shows the low topography near this Comfort Canal. And the profile plot shows low embankments for all residential areas. Only SR 836 is high. Next slide. All right, so here in looking at the structure performance for S25, we're looking at peak discharge through the gate, which tends to decrease with increasing sea level rise for all storm events. It's a small gate, therefore there's overtopping at this structure, and the overtopping for this culvert is actually not shown on this figure. It is showing here the bypass, the elevations, bypass and overtopping. But if we move to the next slide, then actually this figure includes the structure overtopping at the culvert, because the culvert is located where in the figure on the lower left, where it says low areas around S25. So that is where the S25 culverts reside. So there's a lot of overflow at this location. So if you add the discharge over the top of the structure to the total discharge, then you see that peak discharge increases for all events for future without high sea level rise scenarios. And there's just a lot of backflow into the Comfort Canal. And so then, of course, those waters would also need to be discharged. Okay, next slide. So here you're seeing the additional discharge that overtop the structure during the surge event, then increases the discharge leaving the basin. So that's what you're seeing here. The two figures at the top probably should have had a same y-axis here, but you see there's a little the additional volume of flow that you see the orange line is higher discharge than it is in the top figure. All right, thanks. See the next one, next slide. Okay, for the C6 canal, it bisects the C6 watershed and discharges through the S26 structure. The S26 structure is located there at Northwest 36th Street, and it's upstream of where the C4 canal combines with the C6. So the profile plots show the length of the canal from the S31 structure all the way on the western edge of the watershed to the coast. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the S26 structure, if you look up at the top, you can see the S26 structure is at about mile 14 and a half. So the 25-year rain with 2-year surge boundary is within bank upstream of the S26 structure. For the most part, the peak profile increases with intermediate sea level for this event by about a foot just upstream of the structure. And then that tapers off to around a half a foot at the S31 structure. There's a few low embankments, and I think we have some insets showing the locations of the low embankments in the next couple of slides. If we can move to the next one. So here's one of the low embankments. Looks like maybe a road. Whether or not it would flood the structures would be determined with our depth maps and the HEC FDA for damages. Next slide. And here another low area looks to be where the C4 canal, well, actually where the C5 canal is coming in. And there are some low embankments, but also some natural areas located here. Okay, next slide. Okay, for structure performance at S26, we see that the peak discharge decreases for all sea level rise conditions. The S26 pump doesn't operate during the peak of the event. The structure bypass is exceeded for the 100-year rainfall events for existing condition, and the bypass is exceeded for all events starting at the intermediate sea level. All right, next slide. So here's the hydrographs. The discharge here includes both gate and pump discharge. And actually, the next slide will show the pumping because pumping is not possible here either for future without high conditions due to the pump off trigger at MRMS1. Next slide, Jenny. So I'm thinking, yeah, so the trigger is downstream. And I think the pump off trigger elevation is 3.2 NAVD in the tidal section of the C6 canal. So you can see a similar as what we saw before, as sea level rise increases between existing condition to future without intermediate, the pump has to run longer to get the water out that couldn't discharge via the gates due to high tailwater. However, for the future without high, again, you see that the pump can't turn on at all after the storm because of the stages at the location downstream, the pump off trigger elevation of 3.2 NAVD. Okay, so that's stepping through the structure, performance, and canal profiles. And I think the next step is just to open it up for questions on the reach.
All right, Nicole, I will open it up to see if you have noticed any questions or raised hands.
Hey, Jenny. No questions in the Q&A inbox right now, and no raised hands.
Okay. We'll give a few more minutes, and we're very ahead of schedule. So if we'll keep it open for 5 or 6 minutes for questions, and then we can take a nice break. Rage D does not start until 2:40. Does anyone have any other any modelers have any other things that they want to reiterate or to just make people very aware of when considering these charts and graphs and data while we're waiting for folks to have questions?
Carol did a great job presenting. Thank you, Carol.
I think so, yeah. There's a lot of information.
Well, I had a lot of help from the modelers of all these reaches. They're excellent, doing really great work. So put all these figures together.
You're
And I will-
rocking there, Carol.
Yes.
Keeping the momentum going.
I will bring up again for those that just joined us for Reach C that we do have our contact information for additional questions. If you want to go and look at these slides or this video again, the video and slides will be available on the district website in the public meetings section, as well as the resiliency section. So you can find those. You will also see the survey that we have requested you look into, requesting feedback on data results and how they should be presented, or the format, and any other additional items that you may have. There's a place in there to put your name and your contact information and kind of give us an idea of what you're expecting or what you'd like to see and how you'd like to see it. So don't forget to fill out the survey. We'll be reminding people in a mail or two about the survey, and the location of the survey is also on the website, and we'll put that at the end slide as well, so you remember about that. But I still do not see any other questions. Nicole, do you monitor anything?
No, nothing has come up.
Okay. All right. Are you all fine with a break until 2:40? Do I have confirmation?
I'm fine, Jenny.
All right,
Good with me.
Sounds good.
awesome. Thank you. So we are going to take a quick bio break. Nicole, can you put a slide on
Yep.
that shows everything is on
Working on it as we speak.
until 2:40? You are amazing. Great.
All
Thank you
right, see
all.
everyone soon.
See you soon.
Hey, Jenny, if you're still there, go ahead and get to the next slide.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, I have 240. Do we have our Reach D commentators? Miss Amanda, Miss Carol, are you back?
I'm
I'm
here.
back. Yep.
Yay. All right. Are we ready? I'm looking at the participant numbers. They're really not changing. I think we are good to start.
Okay, sounds great. Let's kick it off with the final Reach D. Again, want to acknowledge our modeling team, Stephanie, Justin, and Chinling. Thank you very much for all of the hard work. And without these wonderful modelers, we would not be able to review these results today. So I want to keep that in mind as we move forward. Next slide, please, Jenny. Okay, Reach D is one of our largest reaches, consists of 13 managed watersheds, and you can see those watersheds shown in black in both of these figures. And the focus within Reach D for the 216 study includes the watersheds and corresponding structures C100 and S123, the C1 basin with S21, C103 with S20F, and L31 East with S20. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are the max depth rasters for each D. Again, this is the main input that we'll be using for our HEC FDA modeling for the calculation of our national economic development calculation. Similar to the other reaches, we have 32 depth rasters available for each D, 8 for the existing condition baseline, and 8 for each of the sea level change scenario. For today's demonstration, we'll be showing the 2035 baseline condition and 2085 future without project condition under the intermediate sea level change scenario for the 4 design events. We have the same design events we've been seeing throughout today's workshop, 25-year rainfall with 2-year surge and 20-year surge, as well as the 100-year rainfall with 2-year surge and 100-year surge. So without further ado, I'll just kind of go through the depth rasters. Again, this is a 25-year rainfall and 20-year. So Jenny, sorry, can we go back one? I think we skipped over the 2-year. Thank you. Sorry about that. This is the 25-year rainfall 2-year coastal surge event again, concentrating mainly on the areas within the 216 study. So a bit of the southern part of Reach D was kind of clipped out just for viewing purposes. Next slide. So here we have the 20-year coastal event. You can see the change in depth with the addition of the larger surge, propagating mainly in the southern part of Reach D. Next slide, please. 100-year rainfall and 2-year coastal events. We kind of have the opposite on this slide, where a lot of the western part of the watershed is experiencing quite a bit of depth or inundation increase with a larger rainfall event, such as the 100-year. And then our final slide will have a similar rainfall, but a much larger coastal event, 100-year coastal, which you can definitely see with the deepening of the blue, deeper depths, more extensive coastal inundation coming from that 100-year surge event. And again, the 100-year rainfall on the western side of the basin. So unfortunately, most of the basin is somewhat inundated in these graphics, but a lot of, the southern part of Reach D, of course, is low-lying. And so these larger type of coastal events really do tend to start the propagation that you notice in the deep blue. So I'll pass it over to Carol to again go through the for structure and basin descriptions. Thanks, Carol.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, so I'm going to walk through the primary canal output and structure performance for the 4 structures and canals being looked at by the Section 216 study in Reach D. The first one is the S123 structure with the C100 canal system. So as you can see here, S123 is located on the eastern side of the watershed. S123 is about 450 feet east of the Biscayne Bay, so right on the coast. It does have several canals that discharge, that combine to discharge into the into the bay through the S123. So we have the C100A, C100C, C100 canal, and C100B all the way to the south. So I'll be showing maximum peak stage profile plots for these canals. Next slide, please. Thanks. For this first slide, in case you're just joining us for Reach D, I'll talk a little bit about the features on the max stage profile plot. Along the bottom is locations of landmarks. You can see it's showing where the different canals are coming into the C100 canal, the C100A, C100B, and then major roads. S123, of course, is all the way to the right on this figure. Also, we have banks of the canals as modeled in the Mike model, shown as the dotted lines, kind of black and shaded black. The left levee bank in the darker black is looking downstream, the left bank, and then the lighter shade dotted line as the right levee bank would be looking downstream, right bank. We are plotting on these figures just 4 events, which is the 25-year rain with both 2-year and 2-year and 20-year surge condition, and then we're plotting the 100-year rainfall with each with the 2-year and 100-year surge boundary provided. So also we're looking at differences between existing condition baseline, which is 2035, and shown in solid lines on this figure. And then we're comparing that with the Future Without project intermediate sea level condition, which is the dotted lines. So when you compare existing condition and Future Without intermediate for the 25-year rainfall with 2-year surge boundary, the increase in peak stage is about a foot between the S118 and S123, and then about a half a foot higher upstream of S118. So I think we have of the dotted circled area. Next slide, Jenny. We have a picture of some of the low-lying areas with the banks. You can see there's a little bit of an area between the banks and the residential. So we would have to look closer at the flood inundation depths to see if this outer bank, when it would cause structural damage. So the point of looking at these profile plots too is they need to be combined with the inundation depth rasters like Amanda was showing, because the outer bank may or may not cause flooding. Another thing that you can look at in these profile plots is where some of the secondary canals and systems come into the profile, into the primary canal, and you can take a look at what the tailwater effect in the primary canal may be, and that may impact secondary canals. Because of that, and because it may impact drainage of the secondary system, it's important to look at both the peak stage profile, what's going on in the canal, and of course, using the depth rasters, what's going on, in the drainage area that drains to these canals and structures. So the next figure is another plot of the C100A canal. Some of the low-lying areas here are public right-of-ways. So when you compare on this for the C100A canal, ECB with a future without intermediate for the 25-year rainfall and 2-year surge, the increase in peak stage is about 1 foot. Okay, next slide. And moving to the C100C canal, when comparing ECB with future without intermediate, again with the 25-year rainfall, 2-year surge, the increase in peak stage looks to be just under a foot downstream of the S119 structure, which is located here at about 5 3/4 mile from the upstream end of the canal. So it's about a foot downstream of S119 and less than half a foot upstream of S119. I think we have an inset of the circled area showing some low embankments downstream of S119 in the next slide. Yeah, so again, you combine these out of bank flow may or may not flood structures. It can affect, of course, secondary drainage. And so we have to look at several pieces to get the full picture. All right, next slide, please. Okay, for structure performance, what we're going to show for each of these structures is this peak instantaneous discharge headwater and tailwater as a function of relative sea level change. And the relative sea level change is defined as the difference above 1992 tidal epoch. So for existing condition baseline, which is in 2035, it's 0.7. So for the 0.7 on the right of the figures are all 8 events for existing condition. And then the other 1.2 would be future without low sea level change. 2 would be future without intermediate sea level change. And 4.4 is future without project high sea level change. So this is a way to look at all 32 events, kind of a snapshot of all 32 events. And when we move to the next slide, not yet, Jenny, but it'll have more of a hydrograph from a hydrograph view. So another other features on this is a design flow is also shown on the plots for the discharge. And then you see design headwater and tailwater in the stage plots on the right. Also overtopping, typically overtopping is like if the gates are closed, can overtopping occur? Backflow maybe into the watershed. Bypass is if like the entire structure and can be bypassed. Sometimes they're the same, but sometimes they're different. So this structure has a higher bypass elevation than most of the other coastal structures, so less bypass occurs with higher sea level conditions. So you can see, if you take a look at the 20-year surge, 25-year rainfall, which is the green dotted line, it does show bypass for future without high. For less severe storms, discharge tends to increase with increasing sea level rise. For the more severe storms, discharge decreases with increasing sea level rise. The 25-year rainfall event have similar discharge for all the conditions. Again, structure is located very close to tide, I think 450 feet upstream of the Biscayne Bay. So if you look at the peak tailwater for all the 2-year surge events, they're basically on top of each other. All right, next slide, please. All right, discharge is similar for all sea level rise conditions, with the exception of the future without high condition, where the tailwater is higher than the structure bypass elevation and backflow occurs at the peak of the surge. This is the 20-year surge, 25-year rainfall event. All right, next slide. Okay, so moving south to the next Section 216 structure in focus is S21 and the C1 canal system. So the S21 structure discharges C1 east and west watershed runoff. So we have the profile plots will be for the C1 and C1 north leg that moves up to the north through S149 structure. And then also we'll have a profile plot of the C1 West Black Creek Canal through S148 structure. So this structure is also located real close to the Biscayne Bay. All right, next slide. So the first profile is the C1 canal up through C1 North. When comparing the existing condition with the future without intermediate for 25-year rainfall and 2-year surge, the increase in peak stage is about 1 foot, and this decreases as you move upstream in the canal, and it looks to be less than 1/2 foot at the upstream reach. The 100-year surge tidal boundary is very high at this location. You can see if you look all the down to the east of S21, you can see the tidal boundaries. Next figure. So this is an inset of just upstream of where the C1 West Canal combines with the C1 Canal at some of the low-lying areas there, just to give some context. There's some residential areas. There's a wetlands and wastewater treatment plant, I think, close by too. Next slide, please. Also, here's another area. This is closer to S21 structure, so just north of the S21. There's a lot of natural areas in this part of the canal. A lot of low-lying areas where we're seeing outer bank. Okay, thanks. Next slide. Okay, so here's the profile for the C1 West Canal. Which discharges to the C1. So the S148 structure here to the right is the downstream structure discharging into the C1 canal. There's a flow constriction around Southwest 152nd Street. And that's actually, there's a culvert there that's seeing a little bit of a flow restriction. But it looks like a little less than maybe under 1 foot difference in ECB and future without intermediate 25-year close to S148, and that difference decreases as you move to the west. Okay, next slide. So the structure performance at S21, peak discharge tends to increase with increasing sea level rise conditions for smaller storm events. And then while peak discharge decreases with increasing sea level rise conditions for the larger storm events. So the tipping point seems to be between the 25 and 100-year storms. Headwater seems to be maintained at the structure for each storm event with low surge, the 2-year surge. So it's able to drain water from the system as long as the tailwater is not too high. Of course, you do have a much higher headwater. You're seeing higher headwater than the design headwater. Even though, the discharge is pretty high. Also with this structure, I know there's a lot of low-lying land to the north and east, and we're looking at for at least some of these high sea level water actually coming into the watershed, not just bypassing the structure. All right, next slide. So the peak tailwater is above the bypass elevation for all of the sea level rise conditions, including the 20-year surge, 25-year rainfall event, which we're showing here. So this explains the backflow or negative discharge that you're seeing at the peak of the surge. For the future without high event, each high tide is above the bypass elevation of the structure. And then just to mention, there are some levees in the areas north and south that can also be overtopped away from the structures, bringing water back into the watershed. Okay, next slide. Okay, so moving on to the next focus area for Section 216 is the S20F structure, which discharges the C103 canal drainage, watershed drainage. So for this, we're going to have 2 profile plots. One is for the C103 canal, which you can see goes through the C103 west all the way at S196 structure. And then there's a divide structure between the C103 central and east watersheds. And you can see S179 right there at Maury Canal. There's S179 structure. So we'll have 2 legs moving up the C103N and the C103. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the C103 canal. This is the southern, well, southwestern canal. So it has the S196 structure all the way toward the west, and then yeah, and the S20 discharges to S20F. And then the S179 structure that I mentioned is there at about 11.5 miles on the x-axis there. Upstream of S167, which is at about mile 7, you see minimal difference with increased sea level. The biggest impact on peak stages is seen downstream of S179, where the difference looks to be about a foot at S20F and decreases to closer to a half a foot at S179. So that's looking at the 25-year, 2-year surge. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the C103 N canal. And again, some of the outer bank would be at the natural area parks downstream of the US 1 intersection. And we can, one thing to note, and one thing that we were noticing in this particular canal is if you take a look at the difference between the existing condition and the future without for the 25-year rainfall 2-year surge and the 25-year rainfall 20-year surge, you can see close to the C103 and between the US1 and C103, the difference is smaller than when you move upstream of S166. The difference is a lot a bigger of a difference, and there seems to be a lot of loss here at S166. And one thing we noticed is for Future Without project, we did put in canals, new canals, planned canals that were in the Miami-Dade water control map. And it looks like this canal has been extended based on the proposed canals. And so it seems like it's pulling in more water into the canal. Okay, next slide. This is just showing, just to get an idea of where these low-lying banks are. This is showing the topography around between US1 and SR 821. Okay, next slide. As far as structure performance, the peak discharge increases with increasing sea level rise conditions, with the exception of the 100-year surge, 100-year rainfall event. This combined high rain and high surge condition likely produces as much forward flow as backflow at the structure. All tailwater conditions above a 2-year surge are higher than the bypass elevation of the structure. It's located very close to tide, so the tailwater is the same for all of the rainfall events with the same surge conditions. All right, next slide. So here's the hydrographs for the 25-year rainfall with 20-year surge tidal boundary. It doesn't show delay in peak discharge, but the peak discharge increases with increasing sea level rise due to increasing backflow needed to discharge. All right, next slide. All right, so for S20, the S20 structure lies along the L31 East Canal. So the L31 East Canal, actually the S20 is kind of lateral, perpendicular, I guess, to the L31E Canal. The model lands you see on here, like A, D, and C canals, there are minor ditches. So we'll be showing the profile of the L31E canal with the S20 structure. And between the L31E canal and the tidal side of the downstream side of the structure here, there is a levee. So we'll be showing as the bank, the profile will be shown here for the L31E canal between Card Sound Road, which is all the way to the southernmost part of L31E, and then up through Military Canal to the north, which is north of C103. S20 is a one-gated spillway structure. Okay, next slide. Okay, so like I say, this is the graph showing the L31 East Canal from Military Canal to Card Sound Road Canal. The S20 structure shown here at about eight and a half, between 8.5 and 9 miles. It connects to the cooling canal, but the graphic won't show the tailwater of the structure. S20 discharges kind of laterally to tide from the L31E canal. So we marked on here the new culverts. And the new culverts, they're part of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Restoration Project, the L31 East Flowway. So we do have all the project features of that project in the both ECB and Future Without modeling. Okay, next slide. Okay, so one thing to note about the L31E canal and levee to the southwest of the S20 is that in extreme conditions where tide is increased, the levee into model land watershed can be overtopped. Overtopped was actually seen during Irma. And when we run these events, we're also seeing overtopping. When you look at the structure, a lot of the flow that the structure is discharging is not flow that came in backflow through the structure, but actual backflow that came across the levee and then is being discharged through S20. So based on the topography of the levee, it was determined that stages greater than 4 foot NAVD can overtop the levee. So for rising sea level and surge, this can occur. So it needs to be considered at the S20 structure because the elevations of the land downstream of this on the tidal side of this levee are pretty low. Okay, next slide. So for the structure performance, structure underperforming for the lower storms, where peak discharge is below the design discharge for the structure. And then peak discharge appears to max out for all low surge conditions for the future without intermediate condition. Discharge increases with sea level rise, and this is likely due to the seawater coming in, as we just kind of explained. And we'll see that also in the time series. Seawater, like I say, can come into the basin from structure bypass and overtopping of the structure, but also by overtopping of the levee. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here's the hydrographs. So for this storm event, only the future without high condition is over the bypass elevation of 5.3 feet. There is some gate overtopping for existing condition baseline. However, all three of the future without project conditions, high, intermediate, and low, show that the increased flow volume being discharged is due to levee overtopping. So if you look at the headwater, well, look at the tailwater, according to the elevation of the levee that we showed a couple of slides back, anything over 4 can be flowing into model land from the ocean and overtopping the levee. So you can see the increase in discharge at S20 for future without, intermediate, and high particularly. You can tell like how much more volume the structure is discharging than is just the runoff from model land because the runoff of model land is small compared to the volume they're discharging due to the ocean bringing water into the levee. Okay, so that's all I have for Reach D, going through the structures, and I think we next can open it up for any questions and answers.
All right, Miss Nicole.
Sure. So there is a question in the Q&A box, Carol, and it's from Marcia. It's concerning S20. She's wondering if the new proposed operations for SERP were considered under the 4 future scenarios.
Okay, so we put in, there's a L30 mitigation project with culverts with flap gates between S20 and Card Sound Road. And there was a recommended operation of S20 based on that project. And that's what's in the model. Does that answer your question? So I think that's the new proposed operations you're talking about. So I don't know if somebody else may know more.
Marcia, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
She said she was having audio issues earlier.
Okay. Yeah,
Hello,
thanks
you
for
hear
that
me now?
question.
Yes, we
Oh,
can
yeah,
hear you.
thanks. Thanks for the
Finally, I
question,
have
Marcia.
to download a few codecs. Okay.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah. So yeah, there are a number of operations proposed for the S20 for the BBC for the
Right.
Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. So this is this in? That was my question. Will you take that into consideration?
So we are coordinating with BBC with the regional modeling with BBC because we did coordinate with them on a lot of our western boundaries for future conditions. And we do have the Biscayne Coastal Wetlands projects in. And we have, like I say, these flap gates in, which is, I think, part of a mitigation bank. But beyond that, I mean, we don't have any projects that they're proposing, but that haven't been determined or decided on yet. We would not have those in.
Yeah, because this was included in the BBC, but it's something that the county is being requested forever due to salt intrusion. The mayor has sent the letter to the colonel to that effect. So it's part of the BBC, but this should have been already going on at this point. So I can forward
Hey,
you
Marcia,
the
this
letter.
is Hey, Marcia, this is Tim. Yeah, the Corps, we have that letter and we're reviewing that request now. But we are not modeling anything proposed under BBC or so we're only looking at things that are already authorized.
Mm-hmm.
So none
Yeah,
of
but this
the
is outside
no new
SERP
operations that
also.
are
Yeah.
currently proposed.
Yeah, this is
Right. So
outside
there are no
SERP.
proposed operations included. Those would be done under other efforts.
Yeah, I can
But yeah,
hear
we are
you.
reviewing that letter.
Yeah, because what happened is this is something that we included in the SERP, but we had already requested because we are having a salt intrusion problem. So even if the BBC would disappear, we still need those operations there because the salt plume is coming in. So that's a concern we have.
Understood. Yeah. So the Corps is reviewing that request, but not under this study. Understood.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it is under consideration. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No modeling, but it's being considered. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions?
So that answers that question. Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Let me refresh here. No, nothing here.
Right, we can give them another minute, but we do have the email address for any additional questions and comments that you could submit to the team, and we can respond once you get a chance to relook at the video or the PowerPoint from today. I know it was a lot of information that we provided, and we thank you for your patience and flowing through this entire presentation. It's a lot of information to take in. So we really appreciate your attendance. There is a survey that is on our website, and the link is also going to be included in this presentation if you relook at the presentation later. Please take the survey. It will help us with feedback and get to know more of what the public would like as far as the study output. So the location of that survey will be on the website. We'll probably do a mailer just reminding everyone about the survey, and the link will be on this PowerPoint. So any other questions, just send us an email. I don't see any hands raised. Nicole, can you confirm?
Yeah, confirming, that's correct.
Okay, so the next item in this workshop is just opening the floor to any public comments. And you can still raise your hand or put a question in the question answer area. And I'll just hold for a brief minute. Give anybody a chance to type.
I'll let you know if I see anything.
Thank you, Nicole. All right. Anything, Nicole? It's about 1 minute. Any public comments, questions, queries, posers?
Hey, Jenny, there's nothing. You can move on.
All right. And Mr. Tim, I will let you go over the next steps.
All right, thank you. It's kind of hard to follow Amanda and Carol. They did such a great job with this. This is a lot of information, and the modeling team, I can't say enough about how awesome of a job that they've done. Doing the model expansions and recalibrations, and then running all these runs and pulling all this data and compiling it. I mean, it's just an incredible amount of work. And Carol and Amanda did an amazing job of delivering that information. So that said, kind of our next steps after this, as I mentioned at the beginning, we want to take all of this data and start to do evaluations of the system and looking at all of these control structures to understand what those the effects are of the in the future without project condition, to help us start establishing the vulnerabilities for these different locations. And we'll do that in multiple ways. I think that the first way, as Colin explained earlier today, is through the NED evaluation, and the economics team is already moving forward on that. Then the other way is taking those performance metrics, which we've had a couple of workshops on and gotten a lot of great feedback from you all, and starting to apply those performance metrics to do evaluations in our other categories, our regional economic development, our other social effects, and our environmental quality accounts. The intention then will be to come back. We're targeting end of May to present evaluations that our teams are doing. But the second part of that is really, we want to hear what you all are seeing from this data, which is why it's really important that you get the information through the survey. Let us know exactly what you want to see in terms of that model output. If it's the information you've already seen, great. If it's some additional information or different locations, specifically that you want data, let us know, and we'll try to provide that to you, because we want to hear when we all get back together what you're seeing from the data. That's equally important to us, is what are those effects that you're seeing in that future without project condition compared to what we see on the ground right now. So that's our next step. We'll be in communication definitely before that. Provide your feedback through the survey in the link that's on the screen right now. And again, as Jenny said, this presentation will be available through the Water Management District's website on the project webpage. You can also link to that through the core webpage for the C&SF Flood Resiliency Study as well, which will take you to the district's page. If you do have specific questions on the data or anything else project related, send those to our project email, which you can see on the screen here. And we will be happy to get back to you and kind of discuss in further detail. Again, this is really going to be a collaborative effort. It's not going to be just our evaluation, our teams. We want to hear from you all what you're seeing from this data as well. So I think that'll be a good interactive meeting towards the end of May to get all of us really understand what we're seeing in each of these planning reaches from this model data. All right. That is all I have for today. I think really appreciate everybody sticking around till the end here. I know there's a lot of really good information, but a lot to digest. So we go get the presentation, take the survey, take some time to think about it, send us any questions that you have, and we'll be looking forward to getting back together to go over our evaluations. Anything else from you, Jenny?
No, thank you, Tim. Anything else from the modeling team or the leadership team? Any final thoughts from the public? Any quick questions before we adjourn? I think that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone, for attending our workshop.
Great. Thank you, Jenny, for hosting.
You are welcome. We will see you all next time.